Here we are, back doing the commentary. We joined this match in the one-loss bracket of Kyle Liddicky and Ron Sale. I believe Ron Sale actually is fighting to get into the finale. So this is kind of an important match. If he can manage to get through this one, he's going to look in a much better spot to get into tomorrow's main event. So we'll join it here with Ron starting the second game of cricket.
Ron really needing to start strong on this, as we just saw Kyle play very well in that last leg. Only manages one, so we'll look for Kyle to step up here and take advantage. He does find that triple 20. Oh, and stamps his aggression on this leg with close and 60 points. Ron headed down there to the 19. Does find a 5 mark. Ron new to our feed. Nickname Wild Thing.
Wild Thing, I like that. Ron Wild Thing Sale.
A 31.19 and 3.15 from Mapleton, Illinois.
All right. So yeah, if Ron can win this match, he will actually be guaranteed a spot in tomorrow's finale. However, if he were to lose, he's going to move down to compete against Rob Morrison in a one-game 701 with loser taking 9th. And that it does not lock up a finale spot. So yeah, he needs to win at least one more match, or it is not looking good for Ron. Kyle, however, very good player, playing well, 5.33. We'll see if Ron can overcome.
Yeah, Kyle just coming in today again after just having a child born on Thursday. What I don't know is whether Kyle had planned on being here longer and was only able to attend today and tomorrow.
So Kyle not going to take it easy on Ron. You'd almost think Ron would look at him like, hey, let me get this one and put me into the finale, and we'll split whatever I win tomorrow.
I don't know that that's copacetic to be cutting deals in the middle of the qualifier.
I'd give it a shot,
but at this point in the leg, it might be worth a wink in a sidebar for Ron. But again, this does not put Ron out. He will be able to try to fight his way through that elimination bracket if he doesn't end up coming through. Kyle again following up with a 7, averaging a big 6-0 in this match, in this leg. Ron really going to have to come through on these bullseyes.
Yeah, Ron way behind here. First 2 darts, not in the bullseye. Probably not going to win this match. Kyle only needing 3 bulls, coming to the board.
Wouldn't be surprised if this double goes in.
And there it is. So Kyle will move on in the one-loss bracket. Ron, as we said, going to move down to the elimination bracket where he will play in a loser takes 9th match of one game of 701.
So Lids overtakes Wild Thing. Wild Thing moves down to that elimination bracket. And Lids moves on.
So we see Jeff Brayfield and Steve Carpenter warming up here. Getting ready to play their one-loss men's gold flight qualifier.
So again, this is where the payoff pitches are in the elimination bracket.
Jeff is actually qualified for the finale tomorrow. However, Steve not yet qualified. So he's going to need a solid showing in today's field.
This is a one-loss match. Therefore, we will be doing best 2 out of 3. The first 2 legs being cricket. And if a tiebreaker is needed, it'll be 5-0-1.
Real quick, because we're just coming back for commentary, if your feed is not looking great or the audio isn't lining up, please go to the bottom of your screen, third icon from the right, click on the cog, and make it 1080 HD. Also, refresh your browser would help.
Alright, I was talking to the help crew. What do you need?
I don't need anything from you.
Not that we're good.
Both of these guys are new to the feed, and we are waiting for some information to pop over so we can take a look at who they play through, some league averages.
So you see Jeff setting up the board here. He did win the cork, so he will start the first game of cricket. And game on.
Well, job done as far as closing that number. One less that Steve can score on. We'll see him, I assume, come up and try to tag those 19s first, and he does straight away. Ooh, he takes a whack at that 20 early in this leg to try to keep Jeff at bay.
Jeff gonna respond by going at the 20s to get the score back. Hits a single with the second dart and a triple with the last dart to take a 61-point lead, really putting the pressure on Steve here.
So Steve, as he comes up here, he plays for Advanced Coin Machine with a 28.801 average and a 3.1 marks per round in cricket. He's from Grand Blanc, Michigan. Grand Blanc, Michigan. They do spell their cities weird up there.
Well, we can use more than 4 letters.
So here we see Steve coming back to the board in a big deficit in points. Gonna need to load that 19 up. Steve been playing since 1982.
Wow, before I was born. It's actually the year you were born, ain't it?
It was a year after I was born.
Oh.
Says he was used the money to pay some bills and finance entry into other tournaments.
There
so
you go.
again, another guy trying to parlay into some more dart tournaments. I have to support that.
Actually, I want to say I've seen Steve out a couple times this year, so certainly already starting to get to some tournaments. In fact, I want to say I played him in Miamisburg this year. Oh, and you hear a big come on now after the 7 mark on the 18s. Love the excitement.
Here comes Jeff with a little work to do on that 20. Looks like he's going to get a little bit done at least. Springfield, Missouri, with a 36.25 and a 3.6 in cricket. Started playing in 1998. Steve goes down to that 16. Puts in another big 7 mark and another big come on. James going back up or Jeff going back up at that 20. Oh, just outside, but he does manage to get a 30-point lead. Steve down 2 numbers. He's going to need a triple if he wants to try to go around the board. Another single will give him the lead. However, he doesn't have enough darts to lock Jeff out. So he elects to stay there and score the 80 points.
So Jeff will come back to the board, down 50 points with the 20 to score on. Hits a single with his first. Triple with the second. Takes a 30-point lead. Might take a stab at 16, but elects to go at the 20 again for another triple. 7 20s there for Jeff Brayfield.
Big puff of the cheeks as Steve walks up here to address the 16. Very vocal player. Here comes Jeff with an open shot to close that 16. Jeff a little bit more conservative with his money. If he wins the TOC, he would use the money to pay off some bills.
Steve did say he would do that as well, but to go to tournaments. So Jeff now needing 3 bulls to take the first leg in a match that Steve Carpenter really needs to win. Gonna have a single on the first for Jeff. Single on the second. Third dart coming in. Hat trick and game for Jeff Brayfield.
So again, we see those averages very close, but because Jeff had the start, pretty much made the leg all one-sided his way. We will be playing cricket again. Steve gets his crack at starting here. If he is able to win this, we'll cork up and play a leg of 501. The winner of this match will face Tony Johnson.
The loser not going to have an easy road to get into the finale if it is Steve Carpenter, because over on a different board, James Henninger is facing off against Randy Talaka.
Oh, my.
And the loser of that match will play the loser of this match. So Steve really got his work cut out for him if he's going to qualify for the finale tomorrow. 3 single 20s there.
So Jeff will want to make the best showing he can here down on the 19s.
Both players getting vocal. Jeff with a big O. Really wanted that triple 20.
I think we'll see Steve stay there. Nope, he's coming down.
I think he regretted it as soon as he threw it.
I think so. Well, as soon as it didn't hit the triple.
Yep, absolutely. So only a 21-point lead for Steve. Jeff has the 19s to score on.
Ooh, he throws up at that double 20 and has it go in.
Nails it.
Hashtag doubling. Steve finds that triple 18. Ooh, and another one. Big shot. James Brayfield pretty much having his way with that triple 19. Ooh, and another double to close out the 18 as well. Jeff playing very aggressive here, up a leg against Steve. Steve upset with that last start, flying into the 3. And Jeff averaging pretty well in this leg at a 5.0. Finds that triple 17 as well. A shake of the head by Steve behind him. into that single 16. An O and a clap from Jeff.
Steve actually has played both James Henninger and Randy Talaka so far in this event. He actually got by James Henninger in the first round and then had to play Randy in the second round, losing to him, hence the reason he is in the one-loss bracket.
Good close by Jeff there, and just looking to tighten this up a little bit more. Only finds a single 15.
Yeah, Jeff really in a good position to cruise to this victory now. Steve's going to need a big shot on the 15s here. Well, he gets 6. Not sure it's enough, but certainly a big shot.
Oh, he falls out of that 15. Needs one more to close it to lead going into the Bulls. Here we see Steve coming to the board. Really going to want to do some work on that bullseye. Another come on now from Steve on the hat trick.
Honestly, 3 of the best darts we've seen Steve throw so far this leg. But Jeff not going to give him any room. Throws 3 bulls with 2 darts to send Steve down to the 2-loss bracket where he will face the loser of James Henninger and Randy Talachka. So we head over to board 1B, where we see the players warming up, throwing the cork. Both players tied with 1 hole out of the bullseye on the first dart, so they have to show again. The player who throws second the first time will throw first the second time around. And it looks as if, I wasn't sure, bit of a dart mush there. So Matt Graff will have the start. And Justin Duke will start second, or excuse me, will go second. So we'll see Matt take the board. This is one game of 701. Loser of this will be eliminated. And Matt is already into the finale. However, Justin not into the finale, so he will need to win this game if he wants to be playing tomorrow. But only manages one bullseye on the first turn, so trails by 14 points. Matt coming back to the board to extend that lead. Oh, only comes away with one bull, although the other two just one hole out.
Finally finds that bullseye on his second dart and follows it up with a third. As Matt Graff comes to the board here, give you a little background on him. He's a 35.51 in 01, a 3.8 in cricket from Schmitz Amusement.
Oh, and here we see put him in low ton, a 108 with the third dart just missing outside. So Justin will need to at least match that low ton if he wants to stay in this game. Double bull with the first dart. Double bull with the second dart. Go on and fill it up. Oh, a single bull for 5 bulls and a hat trick to take the lead, 375 to 426.
Yeah, Justin's a 31.59 and a 4.0 in cricket from Cypress, Texas.
Interesting. So he has a higher cricket average but a lower 0-1. We are playing 0-1 and he is going second, so we'll see what he can do. And Matt does let him off the hook there with only one bullseye, so Justin now with an opportunity to take a big lead.
Ooh, slides into the 18. At least it's a good fallout for him. 73 points scored. But Matt Graff again with a big shot here on the bullseyes. Could take this. Ooh, ends up finding 2. Puts him 6 darts away from finishing this leg. Justin is 6 darts away from finishing this leg. So we'll see if he can put in that big hat trick to leave it out. Looking good so far. Oh, just above into that 20. Leaves 182. So again, Matt has this leg in his hands.
Yeah, but trailing by 60 points, he's going to want to put in a big shot. Does get a low ton. Very nice. A 56-point lead for Matt Graff. Justin Duke coming up, sitting on 182, will want to leave himself handy. Well, he's going to hit at least one here. Another single will leave 72. Does not do it, though. Hits a 15, so 107 for Justin. Matt Graff sitting on 126, coming to the board. Bullseye with the first, 76 to do. Bullseye with the second, double 13. Oh, and just inside into the single.
Very close.
So Justin will need a 107 to avoid Matt taking out 13 and not allowing him to get into the finale.
Big darts coming in here for Justin.
Well, there's the bullseye, 57 now. Single, needs the double 19. And does not hit it.
Slides into that 7. Matt had actually put his darts away. After that bullseye went in, his darts went in his pocket.
This is certainly a more important match for Justin than it was Matt. But Matt does win the game. That ever-important start, the cork, really turned out to be pivotal for Justin there. So unfortunately, he will not be playing in the finale tomorrow. Sorry to say that to Justin, but hard-fought battle nonetheless. So we move back over to the board 1A, where we see Michelle Hastings and Kathy Yardley battling it out. This is a 1st to 2. Michelle here getting ready to come to the board, down by 2 points, but has the 19 to score on, averaging a 3.4. Oh, a triple 19 with the first start. Single 18 with the second. Needs another single to close it out, and does. A power close there with a triple out of Michelle Hastings. Oh, and she gets a big wave from the audience.
Kathy here stepping up, looking to open a new number.
Decides to throw it the 16s instead of the 17s.
Ooh, just skates out into that 8 in the next two numbers. So Michelle will walk back up here with a number. Looking to probably close up that 16. That's where she went. She may come back for points. Nope, she's going to stay up at that 16. And she throws that last 19.
Now, Kathy here is already into tomorrow's finale, so she will have a shot at competing for $20,000. However, Michelle not yet qualified, so this is a very important match for her.
Yeah, Michelle's going to want to make it a little bit farther out in this bracket before if even at all, going down into that elimination bracket in order to qualify for tomorrow.
Wow, big last out of Michelle though. That was a huge close.
Ooh, Kathy misses those last two darts after starting big with a triple.
So Michelle coming to the board with a 3.38 average will want to shut down that 17. Oh, just lands in the 333 there. Finds a single with her second dart. And a single with the last dart of the score. So takes a 48-point lead. Kathy can get the lead with a triple 17 here and still needs two 19s to shut it down.
Just high on that triple. Just low. Right in the middle. She does get in the middle, but not high enough for that triple.
No, but does take a 3-point lead. So Michelle will have to go at the 19s.
Ooh.
Oh.
She finds that first dart triple. Oh, and then just wayward with the last two. Really had a chance to take advantage there. Kathy comes to the board, down 54 points. So she's going to need at least 4 17s before she can go on. Oh, she only manages 3 with a really hard bounce out.
So we'll see what Michelle decides to do here. Only up 3 points. Throwing it to 19 would not be a bad option, but she's going to try to get that 17 out of the way. Not going to do it with the first two, however. Goes back into points with the last for a single 19.
Kathy is 2 darts away from taking that point lead on the 17. There's one of them. Oh, and again, she slides into that triple 3. Michelle walks up, still with the point lead. I'm assuming we're going to see her go at that 17 to try to close it. She slides over to the 19, scores 4 of them, and follows that up with a single 17 for a big 5 mark for Michelle.
So we finally see Michelle take advantage of that 19 being open. Throws 4 of them before she elects to throw at the 17. A very smart shot out of her. Kathy, not going to roll over though, comes in with the triple 17 on her first dart. Oh, and another triple 17 with the last dart for a 7 mark to regain the point lead. We'll see if Michelle can respond on the 19s here, because she is trailing in points by 38. triple gives her a 19-point lead and a single 17 to shut it down, forcing Kathy over to the 15s.
That 19 really being good to Michelle on this leg. Kathy fires up that double 15. Oh, and goes just high on the treble. Only to come away with the X. Michelle here with the lead. Probably, yeah, looking to shut down that 15. Only comes away with one mark, though. Kathy coming back up here really needs to exploit that 15 so she can get a shot at that 19 and lead going into the bullseyes.
One thing we have to keep in mind, these boards do round out after 20 rounds. So Michelle might be very smart here to just throw all 19s. Don't worry about that 15. You have the better number and you're only 5 rounds away from winning this game.
Smart darts by Michelle there to keep hammering on those points. Exploiting that she has the bigger number against Kathy in this leg.
I got a feeling if this game does come down to somebody being relegated to the bullseyes, whoever gets the point lead going into that will have the advantage. So Kathy does find the triple with her last dart to take an 18-point lead. Michelle going to need some 19s to come back.
Michelle stepping up here. Down in points. She's forced over to that 19. Falls in that triple 3. Flyer trip 16. Oh, and a big last.
So Kathy now going to need some 15s to get that point lead back. Again, not a lot of time. Has to regain that point lead or in danger of losing this match. Or, I'm sorry, this leg.
Finds that single 15 to reel back at least 15 points. Michelle stepping up with the sizable lead here in this this first leg.
It's interesting, but if she does close that 15, I got to think she's got this match wrapped up because it will force Kathy to throw a lot of bullseyes. However, she's trying to pad her lead on that 19.
Actually, the way she was starting out that shot, I thought she might have been playing for that round out at this point.
Yeah, but to force Kathy have to hit that many bullseyes with 2 15s might have been the smarter shot. You see here Kathy putting in 3 15s, so she does regain a two-point lead. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
This is the 18th round. So Michelle down 2 points.
Oh, a big triple with the first dart. Gonna stay on it. Don't even look at that 15 now. Yeah, smart shot out of Michelle.
Yeah, smart darts aren't always good darts, unfortunately, but that was the right shot for Michelle in that position.
A 55-point deficit for Kathy now. She's going to need 4 15s. Oh, and a big triple with the last. So a 10-point advantage. She can go 2 15s here and force Kathy to have to throw 4 bulls just to regain the lead in the last round.
See her going back at that 19.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Gives up on the 15s after 1 dart. Goes back to the 19, throws 4 of them. So it will take at least 6 marks for Kathy to stay in this leg. Otherwise, it is over. Not going to happen. So Kathy probably doesn't know it, but she has already won this game. Every dart here simply cosmetic because that point lead there, 760 to 749, does equal a win.
Ooh,
she's going to add a little more to it. Sorry.
So that leg 1 We'll see Michelle set the board up as we head into this, the second leg of cricket between Michelle Hastings and Kathy Yardley.
Yeah, you almost feel that about round 15 or 16, Kathy may have been better served to take a shot at that 19 just to kind of make Michelle hit the 15s, otherwise having a clear shot at taking the point lead.
Now, Kathy is new to our feed. She's a 26.45 in 01 and a 3.2 in cricket from Centralia, Illinois.
So the second game here will be 501. Kathy does get the start because she lost the last game. If Michelle can manage to win this game, she will better her chances of making the finale tomorrow. Kathy, not having to worry about that, is already qualified. However, if she were to make it into the top 5, that would guarantee her a $600 bonus.
So Michelle's a 24.04 and a 2.5, playing for Rich Junies
They averaged 3.03 and 3.0 the last game.
from Dubuque, Iowa.
So Michelle only trailing by 45 points here. If she just comes up with one bullseye, will overtake the lead.
Ooh, does find that last dart bullseye. Kathy, this is her third year here at the TOC. She's actually got about 4,200, 4,100 in winnings over the past 2 years.
So very respectable. She does hit a bullseye on this turn to take a 60-point lead. So if Michelle wants to close this match out in 2 games, she is going to have to hit a big shot here.
Michelle, in her third year at the TOC, actually has about $3,800 in winnings as well.
So these two very close to each other. Oh, and look at that. Michelle comes up with a hat trick at a very important time. Kathy gives a bit of a smirk, knowing that was a big shot.
It's a really big shot, and it's also very hard to play when the crowd's behind the other guy.
Yeah. Oh, man, just missing the bullseye with those on Kathy.
A little bit of one-hole-itis there.
Let's see if Kathy can parlay that hat trick into another one.
She does find the bullseye on the second and third dart for a low ton to leave 108.
So Michelle certainly has a cheering section. Kathy going to try to silence him with this shot.
Ooh.
No can do, unfortunately for Kathy. Only 35 points. So Michelle now locked on 108. Will try to take this out and give herself a very good chance of making the finale tomorrow. She gets the first dart bullseye. Needs an 8. Oh, lands into the 11 to leave 47, so that is not an out. However, she will be back to the board. Kathy all the way back on 235. But Michelle makes a huge mistake and leaves 2. Not a good leave at all. And there Kathy again smiles. I think she might have a little bit of life in her, thinking Michelle might bust this 1 or 2 times. And there you see, Kathy's going to take full advantage. She feels very comfortable that she's going to get another chance at this. Throws a low ton to leave 122, 120 back, but Michelle very easily could bust this too. Now, if I were at the board, I'd be throwing high on the double 1. But I think Kathy's just going to go straight at that big fat 2. Just be thinking black. That's all you got to do. Oh, and she hits the 15. So Kathy, after that big shot last time, will give herself a chance at a 122.
All right. Ooh, and a good miss, leaving her 107. Oh, falls into the 3. Still with a big glass bullseye. No, she doesn't find it. Falls into that 16, leaves 88.
So Michelle, even after busting that last turn, still averaging a 31.19.
Looking for that big fat 2. Oh, and she finds it. We see Michelle's fan base go crazy. A handshake. And that'll do it for this match. Michelle Hastings beats Kathy Yardley 2-0. Michelle Hastings will continue on in the one loser bracket as Kathy Yardley is relegated to the elimination bracket here in Kansas City, Missouri at the PPD TOC. Looks like we have another matchup, so we're going to swing over to board 1B where we have Eric Blackledge warming up, getting ready to play Eric Gregory in a race to 5 match.
This is going to be a good one, folks. What's that? Yes, this is a King of the Hill match. So neither of these players have lost a match so far. These two very good friends from the same city. In fact, Eric Gregory always plays doubles events, mixed doubles events, that is, with Eric Blackledge's better half, Carrie Stevenson. So if you need to use the restroom, you might want to go now because you're not going to want to miss any of this match. There's going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, and the way this this format is, this is geeked up to go all the way to the 9th leg.
Absolutely. I'd be very surprised if we didn't, in all honesty. Do you have a favorite in this?
I've seen Blackledge throw better than Eric Gregory, but nothing settles down the nerves like $10,000.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Eric will know that he's got money in the bank after that mixed doubles invitational win. So it's going to be a heck of a match here. We'll see if Eric Blackledge can overcome Eric Gregory or vice versa. So Gordon Dixon is actually going to step out of the booth for this next one. I told him he's a dummy. No way would I leave this match. But filling in for him, we have Steve May. Steve, say hi to the people.
Hi, people. Nice to talk to you again.
Now, Steve, are you playing tonight?
Playing tonight. I won my King of the Hill match against Jeff Cohey a couple minutes ago, and I'm gonna anticipate. I can't wait to watch this one, but I'm also gonna be tracking who I'm about to victimize next.
Victimize. Wow, strong word from Steve May. I like it.
Just speaking the truth.
All right. Nothing wrong with confidence, that's for sure.
That's what people said the other night. They heard me on the broadcast, and they said, "Oh, you did a great job. We like listening to you. Yeah, you need to be a little more mouthy." So I took them up on it. I come back here to try to take advantage of that opportunity.
I like it. So yeah. Now, you probably know Jeff pretty well, right?
Oh yeah. He plays in my area. He's actually an hour north of me, but he'll drive anywhere to play a dart game. He's well traveled now. Most people don't know him, but yeah, we're 2-2 on the day. I mean, everybody's seen the live feed earlier. Of course, when I beat him, they don't put it on there. I've played him 4 times today, and the 2 times he beat me, he's been in front of the whole world. So, just to let you guys know, I did get the last one and the first one.
Wow. So yeah. You might be seeing him again for the tiebreaker on the day. Whoever wins that one will be up.
Yeah, there's a good chance. There's a good chance, and at least I got he's got to beat me more than I beat him anyhow.
Exactly.
So I do like that.
Yeah, so you're really rooting against him at least in the first one. That way he comes to you with 2
I'd love to
losses.
see him drop to the bottom. Yeah, I'd love to see that because who doesn't love a triple dipping?
Well, you don't want to be the recipient of the triple dip. So it looks as if Eric Gregory's taking his time getting the board. Meanwhile, Eric Blackledge is warming up. By the way, it is Eric Blackledge's birthday today, so he's probably feeling extra special as well.
Agreed. I wish him a happy birthday twice already. But Eric Gregory, I don't know if any of you guys know the two of us, but we look a lot alike. And there's a lot of times where people confuse us, so I got to go with the better looking guy and go with Gregory.
Well, there we have it. So Steve's made prediction is Eric Gregory will win this match.
And to be honest with you, it's gone to the point where Eric Gregory's own mom, when I played in a big match earlier this year in Chicago, his own mom called him up and said, "Why are you not hanging out with your team? Why are you pacing around and not being nice to your teammates?" He was actually in his hotel room. She thought I was him.
Wow, so she was watching the feed, saw you, and thought that you were Eric Gregory.
His own mom confused us.
That is amazing.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm waiting for his wife to do the same.
Now, I get told by my mom all the time that she saw somebody that looks just like me, and I never believe her. I think I mean,
I'm gonna switch.
okay, it looks like we're going to switch over to the other board because we do have a match there. But back to my story. Yeah, I have a fat face, so certainly don't have as many features as most people. But, yeah, my own mom tells me all the time that so many people look like me. But we jump in on this one. We've got Ron Sale taking on Rob Morrison in one game of 701 in the men's gray flight. Now, is this your flight?
This is my flight. I don't know Ron. I do know Rob. He's from Seattle area. I've played him quite a few times, but I don't know who Ron is. But
Well, he starts out with a hat trick there, Rob Morrison does. Ron with a 120 on the first shot. Coming right back with a bullseye. Well, low ton it is. So, Rob, after being perfect through 3, will want to stay perfect the rest of the way. As he does, another hat trick for Rob Morrison. The perfect game might be on, folks. Ron's certainly going to hope that Rob does not do that because I believe Ron still needs to qualify.
so I was trying to look up.
So Rob now stolen the darts. He has a 12-point advantage. Hasn't missed a dart yet. Coming to the board on 401 after 6. And he's going to throw the third consecutive hat trick to leave 251 after 9 darts. So Ron really has to worry about his life here in the TOC men's gray flight qualifier. Ron's certainly a steady stroke. Oh, that one gets away from him, though. So Rob averaging 50 points per dart as he hasn't missed 1 out of 9 darts. Sitting on 251, will want to throw another hat trick to leave the perfect 14 game. Oh, but he does miss the 11th dart and the 12th dart. So after going perfect through 9, he only comes away with 1 bullseye. However, Ron, way back on 351, might have to go for the 9 mark here to leave an out. Elects not to, throws it to bullseye, hits it with the first.
After 1A is finished.
He's going to need help now for sure.
Yeah, Rob's going to have to do him a couple of favors from here.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like Rob's messing around either.
No, he's got that look. He looks. I don't want to play him. Somebody take him out.
Well, he's still living now. 72 left, 1 dart. What do you throw at, Steve?
At this point, this far ahead, I go with the bull. I don't even for that exact reason. He went at the 18. To set up a single 18 is fine, but to hit the 1 there, just it makes you use at least 2 darts. I would have went at the bull and set me up a double 11, but I play mostly double out, so I'm used to it on this big fat board. Those doubles are easy. I hit at least a third of them.
That sounds about right. No, absolutely.
No, I hit more than a third, but that was kind of a joke. But yeah, that was of course he caught a break here. Ron didn't get to an out again, so this should be comfortable. Whatever he likes here should be, a modus operandi right there. He's in.
Well, he does throw an 11 to leave 60. And hits it with that dart, so 2 darts, 71.
Pretty creative. We all got our own way to do it, but
Well,
he did it.
We've said many times on the feed, I think most people's favorite number is the 20. Right. So with the opportunity there to throw a single to leave 20, whereas he needed a triple to leave 50, I think he just played it the most comfortable route.
Right, and either way, he was guaranteed at least 6 darts of that out. So whatever's the most comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're ready for Eric and Eric.
So we will jump back to the other board. The Erics, Mr. Blackledge and Gregory, have not started yet. In fact, they've kind of disappeared from the board. Oh, we see Blackledge sitting there waiting for Gregory.
Hey, that's my job. Yeah, Gregory's so rich this week already. He's probably got interviews and stuff to do.
He's got no time for darts, huh?
Eric Blackledge just give us a big old wave hi. Hi, buddy. Happy birthday.
Yeah, I think it would have been a little sweeter had the finale been on his birthday. He would probably love that, thinking that he's gonna have the birthday advantage.
Oh, the funny thing about that is his birthday falls in this tournament every year. So, I mean, next year it's not going to, but it has in the past. And most people know Eric's not a big drinker, but he's partaken on his birthday in the past. And he gave me some wisdom one time because I do indulge more than he does. I asked to buy him a drink on his birthday, and he told me, nope. He's like, I'm drunk enough. I said,
wow.
well, you don't want another? He said, no, there's no reason to put any more in here. I'm full. He's like, I want to feel good tomorrow. I was like, man, I wish I had that self-control because I myself would have took his shot and everybody else's that was offered to me and probably staggered in the next day and, worked my way through it. But, no, that was pretty good advice. He said, he's like, why would I put any more in here? I'm already done.
Yeah, that's really responsible.
Pretty noble for a guy that doesn't drink much.
Yeah, that's really responsible. I don't know that I could have as well. So, yeah. Especially on your birthday, I'm a firm believer in you're not allowed to turn down a free drink.
I agree. Yeah, on anybody, it's got to be somebody's birthday somewhere. I'm not turning it down either way.
So we do see Eric Gregory there.
Oh, there he is. Good looking fella. I like to see him in his hat, though, because then they really confuse us.
Yeah, it's funny. This weekend, I've seen Eric out of a hat more times than I have in all of the time I've known Eric. So yeah, little thrown off when I see Eric Gregory, that is, outside of a hat.
There's another funny story I have about two people confusing us. I cut a pot one time, but we still had to play it because they want the stats and stuff. But we had a gentleman's agreement with Kenny Doyle from Florida. He said, you know what? He goes, I'm in the bottom bracket. He's still sitting up top, so I've got to beat him a lot of games in a row. He's like, if you don't point me, we'll chop this. He goes, we have to play it because we're on a live feed. He said, just don't. Let's not sit here all afternoon. He goes, if you beat me in running the marks, fine. And I did, and the difference was $100. He showed up the next day and tried to hand it to Gregory.
Trying to give your money away.
He walks up to Eric Gregory, tries to give him $100, and Eric's like, "What's this for?" He goes, "Yeah, we kind of chopped yesterday. I just want to make sure you got your money."
Wow.
So yeah, sometimes it's not a good thing to look like a really good dart player.
Yeah, it's one thing to have the other guy's mom think you're him, but when they
you
start giving your money away,
we got problems.
Now that's interesting. So was Kenny just really tired?
Both of us were.
Okay.
And I went through a long. It was a year. I had one qualifier, and I had really good stats that year, higher than most. I watched my buddies be number one seeds with stats lower than mine. I walked into my meat grinder as a 6 seed out of 32. And not only that, I got my draw was just one after the other. Kenny Doyle was the 3 seed, if that lets you know how bad it was. Kyle Liddick, was in it. Darren Dockemeyer. There was a who's who of darts was there. And I ended up getting second. But mentally, it took me because I had no fallback. I've been able to earn extra vouchers since then, since I figured out where you can go to the bull shooter tour and pick them up. There's certain ways to get extra vouchers, but we only have one, and you got that meat grinder going on. It was all focused. At that point, I knew I was in, so we just hashed it out and played to get it over with because we both had to play our next event.
Very nice. So here we go. We see them corking up. They're all ready to go. Now with the gentleman's agreement of no score, what happens if you were to go single and then triple with the next one?
That's fine.
That's fine.
And the way I always took that was you're allowed to point enough to get the point lead if you need to, but there's no point in just dropping 9 marks unnecessarily. So
Gotcha. Now, do you typically play a pretty point-centric game, or
me? Yeah, I'm old school. I point him. I point my mother.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say. In fact, I have pointed my mom.
Yeah.
So it's a true statement. My mom actually got me into darts. So, well, my mom and my dad both, they played league when I was 12 years old. So I started playing, and naturally we had to play against each other in a couple of tournaments. And, I take no prisoners.
I will tell you, if I think I am outmatched, which it's getting to the point where there's not a whole lot of people I think can outmatch me. If I think I'm outmatched, I might run a little bit. But if I think I'm the better shot, or I'm at least an even shot, I'll point and go.
I absolutely agree. Anytime where I feel like I have the better average, the simple math is the longer the game goes, the more likely I am to win.
Exactly. Simple math.
So we do see Eric there throw a pile of 20s. However, Blackledge started with a 9 mark on the 19s. I'm going to have to remember to say last names in this one because Eric just doesn't
Let's
work.
just use them. Yeah, Blackledge opened up with a 9 mark, but only fouled with a 2. Eric's been pretty consistent. He's got 200 points scored on the 20, so he's shooting 6.5 points per round. Cuts the 19 nicely. Probably back up top. Yep, misses the triple 17 and it stacks on the points.
So Gregory will take a 108-point lead into the bottom of the third round. Blackledge up to the board, needing to throw a lot of 18s. In fact, 9 will tie it up, but he's only going to hit 3. Yeah, 3 only. So
triple 4, triple 1, right there.
So yeah, Gregory with a big chance to really run away with this one. If he trips the 18 on the first one, you got to imagine he's going to throw another triple at least. And he does. Third dart coming in on the 16. Oh, he goes to the 15.
Nice white horse.
Yeah, right next door. Big 9 mark to average 7-0, 4 rounds deep. So 28 marks in 4 rounds. Very impressive. Blackledge not going to roll over, though. Throws a 7 mark on the 16s to pull within 44.
Definitely see 3 16s here, and whatever is left is going to the bull.
Well, he's going to have 2 extra darts at it. Single bull with the second dart. Oh, but misses the third. So he'll still need 2 bulls when he comes back. That's if Eric Blackledge does not throw 5 bullseyes to take the point lead.
Yeah, great shape.
So Gregory will have the advantage when he comes back to the board, needing 2 bullseyes.
Surprised if he misses 2 here.
Well, yeah, he has a 6.4 average right now. So I probably first dart, honestly.
I bet he doesn't.
There it is.
I bet he doesn't keep it.
Well,
he went to 6.3.
Yeah, it didn't go down much.
On that double bull. Where'd you guys get that treat from?
The store.
Nice.
So Gregory will set up the board. Blackledge going to have the start because it is loser goes first. As we call that, mugs away.
Mugs away.
Yeah. Yeah, that I believe, I don't know this for a fact, but I believe that comes from the old English where you play for pints or mugs, and whoever loses has to buy.
Yep.
So basically, whoever bought the mugs is away, meaning they'll start. So yeah, mugs away, Blackledge will get the start.
Every time I see it, I think of the great Jockey Wilson, the way he picked up that beer and slammed it every time he shot a good shot. Throw his hands up in the air, next thing you know, he's got beer spilled all over him.
Yeah, it's amazing the amount of alcohol they consumed in the 80s and 90s when they played darts. I certainly could not do that and be as accurate as they were.
I think I can still hang.
Yeah? Alcohol doesn't faze you, huh?
I liken it to the old mountain climber game on The Price is Right. After about 25 drinks, you go over the edge of that cliff. You can walk up and down that hall forever in the dart hall. You're not shaking it off. Your day's done. But up to that point, it's pretty good.
So Blackledge does have the lead here after throwing 5 20s. Gregory only following with 4 19s. Oh, and Blackledge comes up big with a triple 20 and 3 19s to close.
Interesting combination. I'm surprised he went that route.
I
thought once he left for good.
Yeah, it was the order of the shot. You wouldn't expect him to go one, then the other, then back to the first one. Gregory with the chance to fill it up, and
he
does. Another
Great
9
shot.
mark. So he's 2 for 2 on legs and a 9 mark.
Yeah.
It's funny, we were commentating Jeff Cohee's match yesterday, and he threw at least 1 9 mark in every leg but one. I think finishing the match in 6 legs with 7 9 marks. It was pretty impressive. We started calling him Mr. 9 Mark.
I just saw it again earlier. He didn't miss a whole lot.
Yeah. Kind of sporadic. When he had a bad shot, it seemed to be a 1 or a 2 mark.
I talked about last time I was on this feed. I talked about body language. I know when my head goes down and it's silly to do it. I know, just stay positive and throw them. And I just, I've been losing a lot of darts lately and getting frustrated over them. Just don't look away. Keep your focus on the board. Get those 3 darts out of your hand, and then move on to the next round. Be mad later. Be mad when the match is over and you lost.
So there we see a misstep by Blackledge, only having 120 with the first 2 darts, but comes up with a big triple 18 to shut down Gregory's 18s. Yeah. Forcing him down to the 17s where he'll try to battle back. Oh, but he gets a little strategic. Down 6 points, decides to take the 20 away from Blackledge.
Both of them. I think Eric Gregory picked up on Blackledge's flail at that 18, and he happened to catch it. But I think he saw something. He's like, well, maybe there's a little chink here I can go after. Oh, they backed each other again.
Yeah, and you see Gregory in the background there. He knew it.
Yep.
So Blackledge throwing a 9 mark of his own here in this leg, has a 6-point lead and 2 numbers, forcing Eric Gregory to need at least 4 bulls just to take the point lead. Yeah, I like that move.
Force the hat trick.
Exactly. If you force your opponent to hit 3 bulls and they don't, you come up needing 3 bulls, you like your chances.
You can definitely see the respect between the 2 players, though. They're taking shots they would never take against any other player. I mean, they know you got to hit it, and actually it was almost like a little cat and mouse there with the closing from behind and tripping left and right. It was kind of neat, but they both got away with it a few rounds in a row.
Yeah, well, we see the averages there, a 5.6 playing a 5.67. That's certainly darn near world-class darts.
Yeah, that's tough to beat.
Especially going first, and that's probably why Blackledge has the advantage here in this leg, the start being very pivotal.
Yep. Probably going to see Blackledge get out on this leg and even the match.
Yeah, I would assume so. Even if he doesn't,
there it is.
He will. So these legs very easily could go back and forth with the darts all the way to the end.
This is going to come down to 1 miss at a bad time.
Well, it might come down to 1 dart on that cork in the 9th.
Right. Let's hope it gets there because I think it's going to be exciting. But I think a big miss. Of course, Gregory has the advantage of shooting first from winning the opening diddle. But 1 misstep here, and especially if he holds serve and Eric would have a misstep on the 20s, that's where it opens up. It's almost like tennis at this point where to break somebody is it's against their throw is tough to do, even in cricket. It's almost impossible in 0-1, but definitely in cricket.
Now, like these two, you are actually already pre-qualified into tomorrow's finale through the remote leagues qualifier, and that actually gives you the opportunity to double your prize money come tomorrow.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it.
So to run that down for our listeners, basically they had 2 men's qualifiers where the top 8 qualified and 1 women's where the top 8 qualified. And if you happen, or whoever is the farthest finisher among the men and the women, their prize money will be doubled.
Yep, doubled. So tomorrow I'm playing for $20,000. So that's exciting. I mean,
now, did you do your draw yet?
I did do my draw. If it holds up, I do believe I drew Melvin Cherry from Seattle, Washington. Played with him when he was a grandmaster in another format a while ago. I know his game. He's way more aggressive than I am. So if opposites attract, we've got a good mix. I've seen some other players that have paired up. There's some good teams out there, but it's 64 teams. We shocked the world. Anybody can win this thing.
Absolutely. So because Melvin not one of the pre-qualified players, you actually will have the opportunity of playing for $20,000.
Yes, I'll get it all.
Because what happens if 2 pre-qualified players do partner up, they would have to split the double. Mm-hmm. For instance, Blackledge here we see drew Rick Smith, who also a pre-qualified player. So if they do happen to win it, they'll get $15,000 each instead of $20,000 going to 1 player.
Right.
So Gregory really running away with this leg here. 4 number and a 10-point lead, plus a bullseye that he splashed in there early.
Setting up the out, nice.
Well, sometimes I certainly don't mind that shot. It's more of a still tip shot.
Yeah. Because
the triples are so big and soft tip, you don't really want to take a dart at the bullseye, knowing that you're more often than not gonna hit a triple. But yeah, it's certainly a leave for a 3-dart finish. So after you close the 17, you take a dart at the bullseye, and then when you come back, you only need 2 triples and a double bull.
Yeah, and it worked out nicely. Eric had a 4 mark on the 15, so this should be Gregory's leg, I would think.
Yeah, if I'm Eric Gregory here, I throw at the 15s to start.
Certainly.
And even if I close it with my first, I'm going at the bullseye.
Yep, me too.
So yeah, I expect a double bull coming in. But he hits a single, so
And that's fine.
So Blackledge really his work cut out for him. He's going to have to hit a lot of bullseyes if he wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, 5 minimum just to get another shot.
Yeah, I think anything less, and Eric Gregory's going to be licking his chops.
Yeah, definitely no. Yeah, I can tell you the one qualifier I didn't make it in, and that's in 3 years. I drew Eric Blackledge in the first round, gave him everything that I had, and I lost. And then I turned around and due to the format, I lost a heartbreaker to Andrew Smith from Washington. I mean, he went 9 mark, stole game 2, and the game of 5-1, stuffed the cork, and I went lose, went to the bottom. Had to win 6 games to get back through and qualify, and I won the first 5 and lost the last one.
Wow! So just out.
So that was Saturday night, and I tell you what, I went to bed with my head hanging low because I did qualify Saturday morning, and to have that second one happen that way was I liked my draw, I liked my bracket, and just didn't get it done. So.
Yeah, and you were pre-qualified as well, so for every time...
Yeah, there's no pressure on me, but it is $600
exactly.
I lost, plus the extra 120 plus whatever position I get.
Yeah, so for every time that you qualify again, you don't actually get into the draw again, but you do get a $600 bonus because you essentially took somebody's spot away from them.
Yeah, and plus I get the positioning round. So if you get first, it's $1,100.
Yep.
So
because first place is $500 in these qualifiers. So Blackledge, after going triple 20, decides to switch down to the 19. And Eric Gregory, only throwing 7 marks behind. Normally, if you just match the mark total of the guy in front of you, you do not take the lead. But Eric Gregory does.
Because Eric chose to swap. And I call it the curse of the 1080. I've seen many people get so relaxed when they hit that 1080 opener, get the 120 points. If somebody comes back with 7 or more, a lot of times you see them lose. I don't get it, but... I like to go with the 18. Like I mentioned earlier the night, I like the Tony Payne thermonuclear cricket, move a number ahead of what they're going to do, and if I need it, I come get it.
So you're not a fan of the 1080 start in cricket?
Nope. Trip 20, trip 18. And I used to a lot. If I'm at this stage, I do it. If I'm back home at a local draw, I'll drop a 1080 on people all the time because I had them beat before we started. In my mind. not to sound arrogant, but there's sometimes you just know that let's just get it done. If I really think I haven't beaten, they don't have much of a chance, I'll open up with a white horse. But at this level, I like the trip 20, trip 18. And when I can open up with that shot and they don't hit at least 7 19s, I'll take the white horse across the bottom of the board, and I'll be sitting at a 9-0 with a point lead and with 16s left to shoot.
No, I do disagree with you because the 1080 is the only shot that can't be bettered when you come out.
Well, I agree, except for I pin them to a number. Once you have the first 2 trip 20s, they cannot leave the 19s with a point lead. If they bet them, they get a point lead, but they can't cut your 20 no matter what. Now, if they do come up and 9 mark the 19 to 114, if I throw my first dart in the triple 20, I know they're grooving, but I'll still cut that 18 with the next 2 darts regardless. Hopefully don't hit singles, but I'll be up 6 points with 2 wedges to their 1, and the pressure's back on them. That's just the way I've played it for a while, and it's worked out well. So
yeah, fair enough. I'm certainly certain that your strategy works for you. I mean, you're going to throw enough triples that more often than not, it's probably not going to matter. And if you're getting a starting with 9 marks,
it's always good.
Yeah, you're probably not going to lose too many games. Here we see Eric Gregory struggling when going second. Both players actually averaging above a 5, but this turn not that good from Eric Gregory. So Blackledge, with the darts, is running away with this one. It's been a very whoever has the start kind of runs away with it type of match. I think that just goes to show how evenly matched these two really are.
Yeah,
but
it's a bad. There's kind of an opening. I mean, a bad shot, but course, he had built it in to have it. So
Well, Blackledge now left Eric Gregory the
Go,
shot.
yeah, he did.
A triple 15, single 18, triple 17 really gives him an advantage going into the bullseye. But Gregory,
I thought he had another. I thought he had a third wedge. That's my mistake. Yeah, he definitely didn't want to leave that shot.
no, I was very surprised he stayed on that 15 after missing the second dart. But Gregory only going to come away with a pile. So 59-point deficit for Eric Blackledge.
Makes him use all 3 darts anyhow. To
Yeah,
shut the
he's
board down.
going to have a triple in one of his first 2 darts. He does get it with the second dart, so a fat 19. Yeah, and that's exactly what he gets. A 13-point advantage for Blackledge.
Now, do you like cutting it with a double bull here? Or with this caliber of player, you just go ahead and pile on? I mean, with a double bull, you almost have to take the point lead because you only need 2 singles.
Well,
He did cut it. Well,
I disagree. I threw it exactly the way that Eric shot it. I would have started with the bullseye because if I do miss, I may hit that 17. I tend to land low when I miss anyways. But yeah, I'll throw a bullseye, and then I will throw at the triple of the harder number, and then if I hit that, I will go to the single. But if I miss the triple, I'll go back at the bullseye. So now Eric Gregory, big opportunity.
left him a hat trick out.
Yeah, he hit the shot he really needed to hit on the last time to put the 3-bull pressure on Blackledge.
My question was on the double bull. How do you hit the double? Do you stay there and take the point lead?
I think you have to then.
That's if I hit the double, but that's a steal right there.
Yeah,
Gregory.
and that's a very big leg because now Gregory up 3-1 knows he gets to start even if Blackledge wins. So as long as he holds throw from here on out, he will win the match.
That's the equivalent of a break in tennis. I mean, it's that big of an advantage. Especially if there was 0-1 involved, because 0-1, it's just such an advantage to go first, especially in soft tip. But
yeah, we've been saying all weekend the one-loss women's bracket, if they go 3, they cork and play 3-0-1. So you're not getting too many chances in that game.
Flip a coin and hope you hit the middle because that's what it's coming down to.
So Blackledge will have the start again. On his birthday, Eric not giving him any presents.
Yep, high on the first 2. Catches a 5 mark. Bare minimum at this stage. First triple by Eric. Wouldn't surprise me to see him try to cut this if he caught the second one. He didn't.
Well, even there, I might take a stab at the 20 just because I hate leaving anyone the 20.
Because everybody can hit that one.
Yeah, it's most people's favorite number. And if you get them thinking, and in fact, we talked about it a lot of people don't like the 18. So when you make them throw at the 18, they may even consider the 17, and that indifference in their shot could force an error.
Yeah, I tell you, we got a little monster that moved into my town a year ago, Jeremiah Millar. And that guy, when he's comfortable, he's almost impossible to beat without. But I love to sneak a backdoor triple on him. It makes him put his hands up and start looking at stuff. He hates it. He's like, why are you doing that? I was like, well, because I'm tired of watching you hit it, for one. But it gets him thinking. When he thinks, that's not his strong suit. That's my game.
No, I absolutely
He's
agree.
a little beast. They call him a beast for a reason because that guy, he won't miss him.
Yeah, it's a lot about making your opponent think. When they get comfortable and know exactly what they need to throw at, they can walk up there and just chuck them. But if there's any bit of doubt in their mind when they approach the board, you have an opportunity to really get them to miss.
Yep, and it happens more than not. And it takes a special person to force me to do that. But, hey, they're out there, and he's one of them.
Wow, so Gregory takes a shot up at the 20 there after getting the point lead with 6/19s, but comes up just a bit high.
Yeah, it looked like he rushed that one. It looked like he had made his mind to go up at it, but I don't think he made a conscious effort. Normally when somebody takes that shot right there, their arm is followed through, their fingers are pointing down at the ground, and they know they hit it when they threw it. It almost looked rushed.
Little bit of doubt maybe in his mind after going trip 19. It is hard to leave the target that you've just hit 2 triples on, but I think he knew he needed to hit that 20 because Blackledge did punish him on the next shot.
Yeah, and to be up 3-1 is you've built that shot in. You're going second, so anytime you can take a hero shot here and hit it, why not? 4-1's even better than 3-1.
Well, yeah, you've basically gained the advantage to be able to take those kind of risks. You still want them to be calculated. You don't want to just be chucking them at random spots, but you certainly can feel more comfortable about taking a shot you normally wouldn't take if you had to win the game.
Yeah. And it's worked out for him because he's opened up another opportunity right here. Had he caught a single that last round on that 20, would have made this shot really easy right here, but And he still took a great shot. He did cut the 20.
Completely makes it into irrelevant. 47-point lead plus the 18s. Blackledge still with an opportunity to go 9 mark here to shut Eric Gregory down with the point lead. Not going to happen, though. He hits a single with the second dart. Does find a triple with the third to take a 21-point advantage.
Nice.
Anytime you want.
Probably going to stay in the 18s here. He's got the first 4. Oh, he did take a crack at it.
Changed it up. Only up 51 points. I'm very surprised to see that.
Yeah, because a single 18 there takes the 4 mark out of play.
Well, yeah, now Blackledge only down 3 marks. If he would have thrown a single 18, he'd actually went up 5 marks.
Right.
So his 1
Added
equals
the
2.
Yeah, added the 1. I was surprised to see that too. I think he's still on the 3-1 advantage. The trend is like, hey, I got it. I'm whacking away now.
Now, at what point in the game when you're playing really well did you just not expect to miss? Because he is throwing a 6.33 here, and that's after only throwing a 5 mark on the last turn. Yeah. So I got a feeling he's just thinking he's going to throw a triple with every dart.
Wherever he goes, it's going in. He's looking really good right here.
Yeah, we know the class of Eric Gregory here, but this is next level darts, folks.
Oh, and Blackledge switches up. He had too high on the 17. I don't blame him, but hey, that seemed like a concession dart to me. He had to hit that, and he didn't. I
think we're seeing a bit of frustration out of Blackledge because he really is giving Gregory a good shot, and Gregory is just punishing him turn after turn after turn.
I like the shot to 15, but I would never be able to come off that. What a great shot to close the 17 and the 18, because I would have went at that 15 all day long. Is that one little mark there?
Yeah, and Blackledge does come back with a big 7 mark. However, still trailing by 3 points. I would probably trip the 18 here.
I do too. I go 18, 15, 16 here.
Oh, unlucky bounce out.
Yeah.
Well, he may opt to take a shot at it, but he's not going to. 2 18s. So Blackledge with a big opportunity now. First time we've really seen Eric Gregory have a bad shot in this whole game. 10 rounds into it. Well, so he's going to have the lead. Surprising that he stayed on it, really.
He comes up short on the 18.
He could have had 2 darts at the 18 there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had as big a lead. He does make a 51-point lead, but a triple 18 takes that right back. And that's exactly what Eric does.
He probably won't even leave.
Nope. Fill it up. Oh, he does.
He does.
Wow.
I think these are more respect darts than anything. These guys know each other so well. Like, yeah, I'm going at him.
Maybe. I find it very hard to leave a number after I've tripped it twice.
I agree, and I think these guys are wanting some rest for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Let's hurry this thing up.
Oh, wow.
Great
Blackledge
shot,
with a huge shot.
3-point lead. It's still a baby 6 mark back at him, but let's see what Gregory does, because Gregory's got the chance to take this match over here with this shot.
Yeah, even Gregory had to congratulate Blackledge on that one, tell him good shot, because he knew how big of a shot that was.
But he left a big shot right back at him. There's a big 6 mark right here that can change everything.
Yeah, if he catches a triple with the 16.
Single didn't hurt.
That hurts.
Yep.
A triple now.
Has to have a triple.
Yep.
Has to be.
So he does take a 29-point lead. However, Blackledge only needing 2 15s to take a stab at the 16. Might be all he gets. No, he does find the triple with the second dart. And trips the 16 with the last. So these two averaging a 5.83 and a 5.82. A really brilliant leg here. So Steve, do you know your average?
Mine changes all the time. I'm not a big stat player. Me and Eric Gregory just had this conversation an hour and a half ago. Because I play with a stat monger, and so does he. My normal doubles partner is Cody Perry. He carries over 5 points per round, and he averages over 40 points per dart, just like Eric does. Eric Blackledge. Me and Gregory are a little different. We're a little bit lower than that, but we play to win. I like to see Cody shoot that triple, then he goes at something to cut it and only hits a single. I'm the guy that cleans it up, and that kind of drops my stats. I'm not much of a stat chaser. One of my favorite things is to watch somebody come into a tournament and see me at a 4-5 or whatever, and they're a 5-0 and can't figure out how they're getting beat. I was like, well, it has nothing. That 4-5 really doesn't mean nothing to me. The goal is to win the game. I use strategy, use whatever it takes. There's a time to throw some fat darts, and I ain't afraid to throw them. I mean, I hate to do it, but yeah, sometimes that's the right shot.
Absolutely. You certainly can't count stats for everything. They are a good barometer for who is better normally, but not always.
Right. And I think right now mine are actually a little bit lower. I play a league right now, only one, and most people know. Most people where I'm from Indianapolis. I had a daughter, Charlie May, 10 weeks ago. So I went from playing 7 or 10, even 10 leagues a week. I'm down to 1 right now. As my wife finished up the pregnancy, we have 4 kids under 8 years old. So, and she's a competitive dart player. We play a lot. So for me to, keep that average up, it kind of tapered off over the summer because I took a little time off. Kind of eased into this tournament. I was playing a lot. Knew I was going to play a lot out here. So, the stats didn't really bug me. I play a singles league, and I pretty much run down the board. I don't get into the point wars, and that's so my stats aren't as high as they could be, but they're high enough to where it doesn't. I play in the highest division there is, so really the numbers don't mean nothing to me.
Gotcha.
I mean, we could talk all day long about the caveat of sandbagging and how it affects any sport that has stats that are kept. I mean, I think everybody who tries to keep statistics and monitor the game, 95% of the people play by the rules and 5% spoil it. And I decided a long time ago that I don't want to be part of that group. I want to play at the highest level and not let it come down to that. He'd never even come into question.
Yeah, this event here is very unique because it's really the only league qualifying event that I know of where there's a no-capped division and stats really don't matter. It really is whoever plays the best will win the match.
Yep.
So take the handicap out of it. This really is a unique beast.
And it does, but they do have handicap events in formats, but they track every stat, every dart thrown in a league and tournaments. And so you have a rolling rating, and they track everything. There's you notice everybody's board names are on the boards. Every single stat's being recorded. So if you try to pull that shenanigans in league and you come out to this tournament, it's 180 rolling darts. You come out here and kill somebody for an event or two, and you're caught, and you're on it. You're rolled up, and that's it. You sign up for league, and your average is moved. And if it's worth a couple $100 to you, it's worth a couple $100 to you. But at least they track it as well as anybody so far.
Yeah, but the big money here is put towards the highest level.
Player. Yep.
Yeah, the open blind draw finales, the mixed doubles events where they took the top so many rating players.
Yep.
So they're certainly putting the money towards the better players for sure.
I've always called this system the perfect storm as far as the way it's set up with the players, the operators, this tournament, the bar owners. It's a win-win for everybody. It's hats off to Jim Turntime for putting it together, and I don't think most people realize how much of this effort put in by him is at no advantage to himself.
Yeah, it really is the perfect system.
He put this up because he thought he could make darts what it needed to be in the United States of America. And, as a bar owner, to promote this and have your players be able to play, you still have your in-house leagues, but still be able to play people from across town or across the country is great. For an operator, it gives them an extra outlet as far as advertising darts. Because for me, being a relatively high-rated player, I got tired of mopping my friends in leagues where there was 1 or 2 other good teams in there because all the other good guys pair up on a team, and you have a couple good matches a season. But when you have a system where I can play Eric Blackledge 3 times a week, Eric Gregory 3 times a week, that nothing. My stats went up a full mark per round and a full probably 5 or 6 points per dart. I mean, it was just I play people that are quality all the time. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
So the win-win-win between all of them, the bar owners, the vendors, and the players. I mean, it's unmatched so far. I mean, somebody copy it. I don't think they can.
Completely agree. I think even down to the format of these events, they've got it all figured out. I mean, coming in here, never being here before, I really was surprised at how well ran these tournaments are. Not because I didn't think they had enough staff, but more because I was worried about the triple elimination and how it's sometimes cricket and then sometimes the last game's 0-1 and then one game in the losers bracket you never really like to hear. But then you see the brackets run and there's really no gaps the whole time.
Perfect. They extend it with the 4 race to 4, race to 5 to get the teams that are out there. Very little gaps and I was never a big fan of the evening events where it was 3-person teams. It's 5-on-1, open in, open out. I mean, if I'm the third shooter on my team, I'm probably not going to shoot most of the time. Second time, I kind of questioned that for a while, but then after I saw how quickly and smoothly it ran, and so you get more events. Yeah, that was the key. You get 8 events to throw plus the finals. It's like a steel tournament all in a short little week with big money.
Yeah, going back to what you were talking about, the players really do get rewarded with a lot of games. There's only a greens fee. There's no coin drop, so nobody's having to feed boards over and over and over. I truly believe that anybody that does play league darts in America, and even if you don't, you honestly should be playing this. There we see Eric Gregory with 3-bull finish to take the 6th game to take a 4-2 lead. So, like we said earlier, all he has to do is keep holding his throw, and he will win this match.
Yep. I was in this situation earlier, up 4-2, and gave away game 8 and went to the tiebreaker.
Oh wow! So you did end up going to the 9th game.
Yes, it was awful. I mean, I opened up with 2 555s and a single 20, and Kohi put it on me. I went to that last game, and he should have won that one, to be honest.
Well, but sure you were happy to get through it.
He missed a fat 15.
Oh, wow, really?
Twice. One game I stole one, he missed a fat 15. And he needed a 6 mark in the 15s. He had a triple on his first dart. I was over there shaking his hand, then he went single.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, it was...
So he's going to be licking his chops for a rematch.
Oh, yeah. He just like me. We're both dog tired right now. We want a lot of rest for tomorrow, so I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, sometimes you never know with him. He might point me to death. You never know, but he... down 4-2, he opened up with a white horse, so I could tell he wasn't trying to point. Yeah.
Cool. So Eric Gregory starts with a 7 mark after Blackledge only threw 3 20s. Blackledge going to need a lot of 18s here.
I think Gregory's feeling it.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be playing well, but Blackledge does come up with 7 18s to take a 53-point lead there. So Gregory's going to want to fill up the 19s again.
Nice.
Only puts in 5, so doesn't really answer the 7 mark of Blackledge, but does manage to take a 42-point lead. So Blackledge's going to have to go back at the 18.
Here's the 4. That's my hole. Probably got to stay up there now.
Oh, he does, but only 4 marks. Eric's going to be pretty disappointed with that shot, but Gregory's going to try to take advantage here and really put it to Blackledge.
Oh, right on the wire. Oh. Tough break. 2 mark. It's anybody's game again.
Yeah, Eric really, Gregory, that is, really opening the door for Blackledge here. Oh, and here he comes.
He kicks it in with the best of them.
Yep. Big shot to take the point lead and close the 19s for Blackledge there. So Gregory going to have his work cut out for him on the 17s.
He's got to stay on him. Got to live in him now.
Yeah, I got a feeling he's going to want to bed the 17s. Not going to happen, though, as he finds a single 2 on the first one. Gives up on the 17 after the first dart. Switches to the 16 to find a triple. So one of the worst games we've seen Eric Gregory throw in this entire match with only a 4.25 average.
Yep, and Blackledge is going to take advantage.
Yeah, so Gregory way down, 64 points, needs 9 15s to take the lead. Technically only 8.
Yeah, it's got the first 2.
Wow, and he does do it.
Makes him think.
Yeah, it's certainly going to have Blackledge needing to go back at the points. He finds a triple with the first. Trips the 15 to close it.
And you're right at the bowl.
Yeah, that's class.
Yeah, calm, cool, collected. You'd never know he was down 4-2.
No, not at all. He certainly doesn't look it.
Nope.
Honestly, as of right now, Gregory looks like the one to be worried.
A little bit. I think he's playing the next game. I mean, he knows he needs a big opener in the next game. I wouldn't be surprised if Blackledge ends this in 3 darts or 2 darts I think, yep, there it is. And I think Gregory knows this is a big shot coming up right here.
Yeah,
Not open the door here.
If he can put in another one of the legs like he's had in the past with the near 6 averages, going first, he's going to be darn near unstoppable.
Yep, tough to beat.
Yeah, very rarely do we see anybody average a 6-0 and lose going first. So Gregory will have the start, throwing for the match, up 4-3.
I just bought a house.
Nice, congratulations.
Congratulations.
So Gordon Dixon does come back into the
exactly what he
the
wanted. He opened up
commentary
that 7
booth.
mark. Here we go. I'm gonna step aside for Gordon to get back here. I'm gonna go warm up. I've got a match to play. So
Alrighty, buddy.
thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Thank you for stepping in. Appreciate
Thank
it,
you.
Steve.
Thank
Lots of good commentary, buddy.
All right, so I had a feeling that I was going to come back and this match was still going on.
Absolutely, it's been a bit of a cracker. We were not able to really take our eyes off the screen, although we got to talking. But Eric Gregory does come in with a triple 20 in the first one, finds the triple 20 on the third one, only a single 19 on the second dart, however. So both players averaging a 7.0. Gregory with the advantage, 124-point lead and the darts. Blackledge needing a lot of 19s. Does manage a triple with the last one, but still trailing by 48 points. So if I'm Eric Gregory, I'm throwing my first dart at the 20 no matter what. I'm probably switching down to the 19s after that. But he elects to throw the opposite way, tripping the 19 with the first one, switches over to the 15, going to go back up at the 20 now, finds a single.
So a great standard here for both players, both 5.5 and above. Eric here needs to open up a new number and score some points. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to stay there because he is down. Ends up grabbing another 18 for 72 points. Eric in control of that big 20. So he should exploit that here before he goes over to that 18. Definitely not enough for Eric. Still don't think that's enough. Oh, but he does take a whack at that 18. You see him scratching his head, wishing that dart would have went in.
Yeah, other than the last leg, the first real misstep we've seen out of Eric Gregory in this entire match. So we'll see if Blackledge can punish him here. Oh, and he gets a little tricky. Not going to punish after all. Does manage a triple with the last, but still only up 36 points, and Gregory has the 20.
I think that was the okie doke. It was almost like Eric's shot before had kind of baited him into that shot.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to get rid of that 20, and probably for good reason, as we see Eric Gregory go right into the triple 20 at the first dart. Does manage to close the 18 with the next two. So he'll have a 24-point lead. Not really that comfortable with it, but we'll see what Blackledge does on the 17s. Oh, dead center with the first dart. Pretty center with the second. He's going to take a look at that 20 and trip it as well. I'm surprised we didn't get a bit of a reaction. Even Eric Gregory gives him a little high five on that one. Maybe more of a low five, but he gave him a 5.
Eric, knowing he needs those 16s and he needs a pile of them, falls into that single, but does find the triple with that last dart. So he does take the lead, putting the pressure back on Eric to stay on those 17s. I gotta think he's only gonna leave if he hits 2 triples.
Yeah, he will get a triple with the second dart, though. And a triple on the third dart. So a pile of 17s for Blackledge.
Up 65 points now. Eric comes to the board. Gonna try to make that up.
You'll learn that you can't say Eric in this one. We figured that one out in the first game.
So Gregory comes up down 65. Gonna need another triple. Oh, only 80 points. Does wrestle away that point lead, but Eric now with probably his best spot so far to take that point lead and that 16 away. He's not going to be able to do it though on this turn.
Only 317s there. So average dropping down from a 6-point-something all the way to a 5.71. So Gregory now a big opportunity on the 16s here. Trailing 20 after the first start. Still trailing by 4 because he only hits a single. Gonna need to stay on it, really. And he does. Finds dead center triple 16 to take a 44-point advantage.
Blackledge stepping up here, down 44. Needs that triple 17. Finds the triple 17. Does he take a shot? He does and finds that triple 16. Gregory back there puts a swipe through the beard. The thinking man's pose. Comes up here to open up that other corner on the 15s.
So
Straight
Gregory
away.
now needs to go to the 15. Trips the first dart, but triples the 2 on the second. I may take a dart at the 17 here if I'm him.
Ooh, you could tell if that second dart would have went in, he'd have definitely taken a shot at that 17.
Absolutely. He wanted a look. Well, and he's had 2 opportunities now to put this match away. Played pretty poor in the 7th and is playing pretty good in this one. Wow.
Oh.
And Blackledge opens the door, lays down a red carpet, and lets Eric Gregory walk through.
Yeah, Blackledge, very upset with himself on that last dart because this could be a huge turn for Gregory.
Oh, he's going to make it one.
You see the long, hard
Yeah.
blink from Blackledge back behind him.
Now, although Blackledge does not have a 3-dart out here, I'm still surprised Gregory did not go back at the 15 with that last dart because Blackledge can take the point lead with 5 bullseyes. Oh, but he only comes away with 4. So Gregory throwing for 2 bulls for the win, an 11-point lead. I think that 5 from Blackledge, he may have even said good game. Because he knows just as well as we do, this match is over. Well, it's going to take 3. Pretty wide open, the bullseye. There it is.
You see Blackledge back there automatically clapping. Big
Yeah,
hug
look at
for
the
those
crowd.
guys.
Lots of 5s. They were very entertaining. This was a great match. One of the better ones we've seen so far. So Eric Gregory does win 5-3 over Eric Blackledge to take the men's Blue Flight qualifier king seat.
We see that well-dressed Brad Oxendine walking out there to congratulate the guys on a well-played match.
Rocking the purple UTG jersey that Gordon Dixon is wearing.
The very high quality.
Yeah, how's that feel?
You know what? This is actually probably the 3rd or 4th time that I've actually worn this type of jersey. It's so light. It's so it feels good to wear. You almost don't think you have anything on. I have to keep looking and touching myself just to make sure that I have a shirt on.
I have to admit, this is stolen from a guy, Shad Stipes, but basically he saw a shirt that I was wearing, all silky smooth, and he told me he cannot wear shirts like that because it reminds him of when his wife just changes the bed sheets to silky smooth sheets, so he instantly gets all happy about the silky smooth shirt, and I've been walking around happy all week long in my Red-O Rhino jersey. It is very hard not to feel sexy in this thing, I tell you.
That's why we walk around and we all rub our bellies.
Yeah, all of us just rubbing our big old bellies.
It's a big dart hall full of people rubbing their bellies. All right, looks like we got a lull in the matches. We'll wait to see what else we've got coming up. Do we have so the break? Let's kind of go back. Fill me in on what happened here. So the break in the 4th leg.
The all-important leg, yeah. I believe Gregory averaged around a 5.8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of quality matches, games throughout this match. And really, the only poor game out of either one was Game 5 out of Eric Gregory. Blackledge really took advantage of that one. Or it might have been Game 7. One of those games. I think it was Game 7. But yeah, Gregory had one bad game where Blackledge got the win. But other than that, both players played very well.
So would you say it was a 5-0 and above standard pretty much all the way through?
By far. I mean, I think in the game, Gregory had a poor average, maybe a 3.75. But other than that, yeah, he certainly averaged above a 5.0. I mean, even there, you still have 5.0 going first in the last game. Eric Blackledge with a 5.3 going second. So, Yeah, they were living up to their averages for sure.
Yeah, definitely some great entertainment there. Looks like we may have another matchup. We're headed over to the women, where I believe we're playing one game of 701. The loser of this will actually be out.
Yeah, we see Sue Pfeiffer here taking the board. Down by a pretty decent amount. She's going to need some help here if she's going to win this match because Angie Raymer all the way down on 105. We saw Angie outside earlier. She's actually a fan of cigar smoke. So while you and I were out there taking a little bit of a break on a stogie, she was loving the smell. She does trip the 15 with the first dart to leave 60, but finds the 1 on the second dart to leave 59. Oh, she says something, not sure what she says, but it gets the crowd laughing.
Angie plays for Camden Cedar Rapids. She's from Ankeny, Iowa, and she's a 23.429 in 01.
She does leave a good 45 out.
Here we see Sue step up. She does have a finish. She's not going to take it out this time. Sue is a 19.21 in 01 and a 2.0 in cricket from Burton, Michigan. She plays for Advanced Coin Op.
This is a loser take ninth match. And for Angie Raymer, she is not yet qualified. So she needs this win. Wow, and I'm not sure. She hits a single 2 on 45 to leave 43, goes at the single 3 to leave 40, but hits the double to leave 37. So she then cleans it up with a 7 to leave 30 on her next turn up. Sue, however, is already into the finale. So this match, while she's playing for the title, not necessarily as important as it is to Angie Raymer.
Oh, a big first dart there into the bullseye.
Yeah, double bull, not money better. But she misses the second dart, 63 remaining. She'll try to set it up. 7 to leave 56. So Angie coming up, needing 30. If she wins this, she will move into the top 8 and guarantee her spot in the finale. A big out right here. You can see what this means to her. She's taking her time. Oh, she hits the double 2. Not so sure about that one. And then only a single 6. Sue now on 56 will come to... Wait. Okay, we have it. She did hit the button. Thought she might have made a mistake because the first dart did not count. But Sue now needing 56. Takes a breath. Exhales nicely. Grabs the dart. Single 8 to leave 48.
She'll stay right there in that corner for the treble 16 for the win. Falls into the 8, leaving double top. As an old steel tipper, love to see that double top, and falls just short. So we're all knotted up here at 20.
Yeah, Angie will come to the board first, averaging a 21.28 because she's been a little slack on the outs. Had a much better average before that. Oh, a 5 on the first dart. Needs 15 to stay in this match. Oh, my. A double will bust it. So Sue will come back needing 20. And with the opportunity to eliminate Angie Raymer's chances of playing tomorrow for $20,000. A triple 5 for Sue. She now needs a single one of those. Go just above or below that dart. And she does.
You see her fall in there.
Wow. So Sue very happy, but Angie completely gutted because she will not be in the PPD TOC finale, fighting it out for a chance at $20,000 for her and her teammate.
Oh, she had plenty of chances there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sue Pfeiffer will move on. She stays in the elimination bracket and will face off against Becky Ball. Not in the finale yet.
But her next match, as of now, she is.
Okay,
so this is loser takes 8.
So because she did manage to finish 8th, managed to make the top 8, even if Sue does manage to beat her, Becky Barge will be in tomorrow's main event. we don't really have another match going on the other board, so we'll be back shortly. So we do jump over to the board 1B. We just missed the first shot by Eric Blackledge. He got started really quickly after that match with Eric Gregory. He is facing off against Kevin Shoemaker. Eric must have won the cork because he does have the start. Because this is a one-loss match, it will only be first to two. So Eric not letting up after a very good match against Eric Gregory.
Well, actually, if you're Kevin Shoemaker, you kind of wanted to give Eric time to settle down because the standard in that last match was very, very high.
Yeah, even though Blackledge got the loss there, I don't think he can come away feeling too upset about it because especially Eric Gregory being his friend on the first thing, and secondly, he played very well. Just Gregory was really on fire there.
Yeah, Eric Blackledge with enough experience, I think, to know that he shot well enough. Gregory was able to edge him out, but it's really no skin off of his game, and he's just going to concentrate on making it back to Gregory again. See Kevin, though, putting up a fight there, putting in a 5 mark on that 16. Blackledge with a big commanding lead in this leg, though, and he's not going to miss. Oh, I didn't think he was going to miss that double bull. I thought that was the end of the leg. He was going to go to the 2 corners and then a double bull as he set up that shot with the previous shot by hitting a single bull. Kevin really has all to do here, throwing at that bullseye.
So Kevin not pre-qualified in the finale and has only one voucher. This is his only voucher qualifier. However, he is into the finale tomorrow because the worst he can do in this event is 4th place.
So job done as far as making it in tomorrow. As we see Eric clean up that leg, he'll go ahead and reset the board for Kevin to start his leg of cricket and try to fend off Eric to make this go to a 3rd leg, which will be a game of 501 if it goes that far.
As we mentioned earlier, Eric Blackledge is one of the 16 pre-qualified players and does have a shot at doubling his money tomorrow, with first place being $10,000 apiece, $20,000 total for the team. He has a shot at $20,000. However, he is one of the rare people that is partnered up with a fellow pre-qualified winner. So him and his partner Rick Smith, if they do win it, will get $15,000 each. That's a pretty hefty payday.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and we do keep looking at that as the highest payout, but it does not have to be first place that they double. Whatever qualifier makes it the farthest, whether that's first place to probably top eight's the only thing that's possible. They will double any of those winnings throughout the event.
So here we see Kevin Shoemaker after the first round coming up, hits 4 20s and a single 19.
Eric straight back in that triple. Ooh, takes a chance there. I think up a leg, throwing well, feeling good. Decided to take a whack at that 20. Probably not a lead that he would do that normally with, but felt that was a good place to take a chance. Kevin just with 3 fat 20s there for 60 points. Just a bit of a lead over Eric.
So Blackledge not going to let up. Yeah, big 9 mark. 2 triple 19s to take a 88-point lead, and then decides to go up and take Kevin's 20 away from him.
So Kevin going to need to open up a new playground here. Chooses the 18, falls just a bit short. Ooh, and a big last to reel back 18 points.
So Kevin, only having 1 voucher, probably had a decision to make because he has been here more than one day. Decides to use it in the very last qualifying event. Do you think that was strategic based on maybe I get to warm up all week, or how would you play it if you had 1, knowing you could play side events the rest of the time?
If I had 1, I'm playing the first opportunity that I can. I think that's when I'm going to be freshest. Maybe the Saturday PM, so that I can have some time to get here. If I wasn't necessarily getting in on Friday, get some time to get here, play an event, maybe practice a little bit. I definitely wouldn't have been choosing the absolute last chance on Tuesday night before the finale. Now, that said, these qualifiers do fill up, and they do close them. So depending on when Kevin got his voucher, he may not have had much of a choice.
It's very true. I don't know that I agree. For me, I probably wouldn't want to do it right away just to get enough practice in during the week. I don't think I would save it for last either. I would be fearful of exhaustion, and I would kind of want to take this event off, as we heard guys like Nate Borland hint at. They certainly considered it. Even Blackledge was one that said he's always considered taking the Tuesday night event off to play fresher on Wednesday. But I probably would have put it somewhere in the middle. So events start on Saturday. I might have made it my Sunday night or Monday night event. I certainly wouldn't have done a morning one. That way I have all morning to warm up for the event. I can kind of pace myself, get a good meal in me, because typically at dart tournaments you don't get to eat a good breakfast. So yeah, I would have made sure it was one of the PM ones, but it most likely would have been the middle of the week.
Well, and honestly, another tough piece is here is if there is other events. I probably block off a day if I've only got 1 voucher, and that's the event that I play in the afternoon.
Absolutely. If we start at the 3 or 4 o'clock that the PM qualifier typically starts, I'm going to show up about noon, get my warm-up in, maybe take a short break, come back, warm up a little more, and be ready to go for the PM voucher. That way I'm on a good night's rest. I'm not worrying about any outside distractions. I put my phone on silent, maybe leave it in the car or the room, and be ready to go. So there we see Blackledge win this match with a 5.32 average. Kevin Shoemaker certainly not playing bad with a 4.57. Will move down to the 2-loss bracket to face Todd Jordan in a 1-game 7-0-1, where Eric Blackledge will await the winner of that match. So it turns out that we do not have a match on board 1A. So we will take a short break, and we'll talk to you when the next match is on. So we're back on board 1A here at the Kansas City, Missouri Expo Center at the PPD TOC.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Hashtag killing it.
Here we see,
sorry,
here we see
go ahead.
Kyle Liddicky, which I was corrected by Kyle walking to the bathroom.
So he too told you it is Liddicky?
It is Liddicky, yes.
Tired of hearing Liddicky?
Probably. Versus Kevin Hopper.
Kevin, a newcomer to the feed as far as our commentary goes. Kevin, actually, a pre-qualifier, so he will have the opportunity to double his prize money tomorrow, which could turn out to be a $20,000 day.
Kevin, a 40.1 and a 4.1, playing for Just Darts in Fairland, Indiana.
Another Indianapolis area player.
This is his third year here at the TOC with just about $2,800 winnings over the past 2 years. His mentor he has down is John Andrews.
So Kyle Liddicky warming up here. Kind of throwing him at different targets. Warming up on everything.
So do you have a warm-up routine?
Bullseyes.
Bullseyes?
Yeah, when before a match like this, honestly, typically I only take 9 darts unless I beat my opponent to the board by a good bit. But yeah, I will. I'll sit here. It all depends, especially in soft tip. It's all bullseyes. But steel tip, typically I'll warm up on the 20s, and then my last turn before the cork, like I know when I'm gonna take my last 3, I'll actually throw my first dart at the bullseye, my second dart at the 20, and my third dart back at the bullseye, just as each dart is a separate being. I don't want to sit there and miss the first, but then go bull and think that I'm all nice and warmed up for the cork. But really, that first dart was not very good at all. So I'll throw at the bullseye, kind of move off of it on the 20, and then go back at it with the bullseye to get warmed up for that cork. Exactly what Kyle just did. Threw bull in the first, 20 on the second, and I believe a pee hole in the third, and wanted to leave it in there. Kevin gives him a bit of a smile like no can do.
So it looks like we're going to get a cork here as Kyle steps to the board.
So this is a 1-loss match. They will be playing 1st to 2 cricket. If they need a third game, it will be 501. So Kyle, not a very good dart on the cork. Kevin will beat it with another double bull. So here we go. Game on, folks. Kevin has the start.
Kevin in this match has fought all the way through the losers bracket, or the elimination bracket, to get back to Kyle, defeating Jeff Cohey, who we've seen on the feed a couple of times the last couple of days. An excellent dart player. So even if he does manage to win this very first set, he will have to beat Kyle again in a single leg of 701.
Getting matches from Europe, were you? He hit the wrong thing.
So Kevin does set it up. He will start. They give the shoot well handshake that every dart match should start with. A good last on there on the 20 there to take a 20-point lead and close the 20s. We see Steve May there in the background. He does await the winner of this match. We had him sitting in. He just got done beating Jeff Cohey. Kind of thought he was going to come back to him, but it turns out he lost 2 in a row to never get his chance to come back at Steve May. The fella sitting next to him in the white we've seen on the feed quite a bit, Cody Perry, playing very well this weekend. But here in this match, Kevin goes 4 20s, and Kyle only goes 3 behind. Kevin opts to throw it to 18 a bit, pushing ahead Only comes away with 2 singles, but does find another single 20 for score. Kyle going to go throw at the 19 and only hit 4 marks to take a 36-point lead. So Kevin not really punished for his darts on the 18. Not sure about this strategy. I think with that X on the 18, I would have probably taken at least one of those darts towards the 18.
Yeah, he's kind of committed himself after that shot before, after putting those 2 18s up there, to commit to it again to at least score some points and take that X away.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that Kyle hasn't tried to take a shot at the 18 to steal the number away from Kevin. But Kevin not going to have much of a choice now. Probably, well, he may now go at the 18. Hits a 1. So after 2 triple 20s, he does fly into the 1.
Yeah, Kyle here, I think, is just worried about trying to pound this 19 to get him to a good place to where he can take a shot at some of these other numbers. As I say that, he does it with an 8-point lead.
Well, it's interesting. When Steve May was in here filling in for you, we actually got to talking about how when you feel like you're the better player in a match, you'll tend to point more. However, if you feel like you may be outmatched, you'll probably throw for close and be a little more aggressive. And I wonder if early doors here, Kyle thought he was just going to be the better player, so extend it with a lot of points. And then after the 6 mark out of Kevin, he maybe started to panic and wanted to close that 20.
Yeah, we can definitely see how that's a possibility. The 2 players will definitely change. I mean, we've seen that in multiple matches where somebody starts out on fire and then cools off, or vice versa. Or we see the whole transition where they're hot, they cool off, and then end up getting hot again to finish it off. But a big $140 from Kevin Hopper there on the 20. Puts Kyle straight back on those 19s, and he's gonna need a pile of them. He gets a pile and a scoop. In fact, puts him up by 55 points. Kevin gonna address that 20 again first.
For those just joining, a pile is 6 marks.
A pile and a scoop is 7 marks.
Absolutely. So Kyle will return with the point lead, 17 points to be exact. Gonna try to increase that. Starts on the 19. Trips the 20 for close on the second one. Needs the 18 as well and hits it. So a big shot by Kyle Liddicky.
Yeah, Kevin with some work to do here to try to wrestle this leg back away. And he's straight into that 17. Straight into it twice. One more time. Oh, but he slides over that 19, and we see the hero shot returned.
Yeah, these two trading blows, really, in this boxing match. Not sure who's going to hit the knockout punch, but as of right now, Kyle's going to give it a shot.
Oh, we see how much he's affected by that shot from Kevin. Ends up coming up with a window. Here we see Kevin probably just going to smooth stroke of fat. Falls into the double, so little bonus points there. And Kyle is sent to the 15 corner to try to wrap this, get a wrap on this leg again. Ooh, falls out of the 15. He may not even close it. He doesn't. He only gets 2 15s here. So again, Kevin doing a great job of wrestling this back away from Kyle after the big 9 mark that he took.
Yeah, so Kyle really has a stranglehold on this game. Or, excuse me, Kevin really has a stranglehold on this game. Kyle going to need a lot of bullseyes.
Kyle, I'm assuming, doing some math here, trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Down 31 and 3 numbers, I don't know that I risk it and try to do the closeout. It's a tough ask, and you're still going to need a really tough shot on the next one. Maybe you're better off just trying to extend it on the bullseyes.
And that looks to be the math that Kyle has come up with as well. Ends up getting 4 of them in 2 darts, so not bad, but may not be enough as Kevin addresses the board, only needing a hat trick.
Oh. just outside on that third dart. So now Kyle will come to the board, wanting a lot of bullseyes to take a big point lead and maybe get a shot for the win on the next turn. Well, he's going to do something here. Double bull, misses the second one high.
Ooh.
Single bull on the last. So 69-point lead for Kyle. We'll see if Kevin can get the 4 mark required to get a shot, or excuse me, 5 mark required, because he only has a 17 to score on, which 4 of those would only equal 68 points.
Really needs this triple. Oh, and a big last dart. Really could have opened up the score there for Kyle. Kyle, though, going to have to come back up and shoot some more bullseyes. Here we see him take those 2. Oh, and a little fallout into that 3. Didn't see a lot of conviction on that. It almost felt like he wanted to go somewhere else with that dart.
Yeah, maybe considering taking that 15 away just because it would have taken a dart out of his hand. Not sure. But Kevin not taking advantage of the poor play by Kyle.
And does get a lucky fallout into the 16, so an extra 16 points for Kevin. Kyle needing to stay on that double bull. He was hot on just a second ago. He's going to move all the way to the right to see if he can slide in underneath that. He does for a single. Oh, and does again, but falls underneath the bullseye too, which is what he was needing. So here Kevin probably comes up, cleans this leg up. He does.
So there you have it. Kevin does take game 1. Kyle will get the start in game 2 as Kevin sets up the board. Kyle needing to win this game to stay alive in the men's gray flight qualifier.
Kyle taking a swig of aiming juice back there. Going to come to the board for his start. And really, really wants to preserve this one-loss situation that he's in by winning this set and then making it to Steve May for a championship bout with him. Again, if Kevin does end up winning this leg, which will put him up 2 legs to nothing in this set, it will go to a game of 7-0-1. Kyle here with a poor start. Very surprised to see that out of Kyle after the way he's played all day.
Yeah, and back up against the wall in order to really do something here, allowing Kevin to come through and put 6 20s on that to take a 60-point lead in one number.
Yeah, Kevin definitely taking advantage of that one start. Here we see Kyle, though, I think playing angry, throwing in that 9, throws up his hands like, where was that last time? I assume.
Mostly.
Kevin back at the board, going to try to exploit those 20s.
Yeah, one of those now you hit it type of deals.
Exactly.
So Kevin does follow with 7 20s, though, so not a lot hurt there. Kevin responding well with a 6.5 average early doors in this leg. Kyle not going to follow his 9 with a 9, but maybe a 7, and that's exactly what it is. So a 47-point lead for Kyle Lidicke, excuse me.
Kevin Hopper back to the board again, trying to expose those 20s after the poor start from Kyle. Oh, and puts 2 on the top wire. So finally, Kyle, after 9-7, is going to get a shot to turn this leg around. Again, we keep talking about taking that 20 away from opponents, and here we see Kyle pick a perfect spot where he already had the lead, only needed 2 20s. He takes that away and throws down at that 19.
So Kevin comes away with 5 18s, down 28 points. He will wait and see what Kyle does with the 19s to score on, needing the 18s to close. He trips the 19 with the first dart, trips the 19 with the second dart, And throws it to triple 18, but lands just one hole out into the triple 4.
Kevin coming back up. Going to need to exploit the 18s now. He does have the smaller number, so it's going to make it even harder to make this comeback a reality without a little help from Kyle. And Kyle's really turned around this leg after starting with a 1 mark. Got to expect he's going to tie this set up.
Yeah, Lids now with a big shot, closes the 18, switch straight down to the 15, hit the triple 10, but switch back to the triple 19 for a huge 57 points added to his score. Oh, and Kevin must have dropped a dart here. He's going to step back, take a phantom dart, reset, and only throw a single, so you have to think that drop dart threw off his rhythm there. So 5-6-7 for Kyle. Really a great game so far. We'll see if he can keep this up.
Straight back in that 19. Moving back to take that 17 away. And back to the 19 for another triple. Great shooting from Kyle Liddicky.
So a 173-point lead for Kyle. Kevin's going to try to put a dent in that here on the 17s. Well, he certainly does. 119 points scored. So only now a 54-point lead. I think if I'm Kyle, I still throw my first dart at the 19.
Absolutely. As long as that thing's going to keep going in, I'd keep throwing at it. Oh, we see another drop dart. As Kyle does bang in that triple 19 straight away, only needing 2 17s. He's going to move over, hit the 2 fats to close that out. Now Kevin has to come back to the board and try to mount this comeback on the number 9 points less per triple. Ooh, and he slides into the 8. It is a triple. Unfortunately, not going to count in cricket, but he does find that last 16 triple as well for 48 points.
Wow, not sure what was bothering Kyle there, but he takes a step up and quickly takes a step back. So yeah, we'll see if he's going to regroup. Trips to 19 again with the first dart. Certainly not missing it. Might as well throw back at it. As he does for a single.
Yeah, that 19 really is free for Kyle right now. Kevin needs to find a free one here on the 16 himself. Slides into that one. Watch Kevin's eyes each time he throws, and he doesn't seem to stay on the target the entire time. I don't know if he's looking down at the scoreboard or what he's doing, but if you'll take a look at watch Kyle's eyes, about the most you're going to get out of him is a blink.
You said that, Kyle?
Yep, Kevin, though, I think on almost every dart is going to take a look down at that other at the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed, yeah. You're exactly right. He does look down at the scoreboard after every dart. That would be very hard for me.
Kyle, though, stone focused, pounds that 15 straight in there, follows it up with 2 bullseyes, pretty much locking this leg up.
Really a very good leg out of these two. A 5.2 against a 5.36. So Kyle coming back to the board, needing 1 bullseye to take us to a 1-game playoff of 501 for the first set. And hits it.
So really an important court coming in, especially for Kyle, because again, Kyle only has 1 loss, so he will want to preserve that if he's going to make it to the final against Steve May.
Yeah, Steve May sitting at the king of the hill. He's going to hope that Kevin Hopper can win this next leg and give both of these guys 2 losses so that no matter who comes back, they will have to win 3 on the trot.
Kyle there missing his dart, so he comes up while Kevin's setting up the board to collect it. Gonna go back, get a little aim and juice.
Kyle. So Kyle will have the start here. Kevin sets up the board. We've seen Kyle put in a lot of really good 0-1 games so far today. Got to imagine he's going to do that again.
And he's straight in there with the first two. Ooh, and fouls it with a
Super
third.
steady.
Very much so.
In fact, didn't we see Kyle throw a perfect game of 5-0-1 earlier?
I believe he did.
Yeah, so hopefully we get treated to the same type of excellence here. Old lids.
Kevin very frustrated after only a single bowl turn. I think he thought he was playing well enough to break Kyle in one of those that last cricket leg. Frustrated that he couldn't, and now really under the gun here in this 0-1 leg.
Well, and really starting to see his fate be sealed because Kyle, with the start, has thrown 5 out of 6 perfect, and there's not much Kevin can do to stop Kyle from winning the match from here.
Yeah, I definitely feel Kevin's pain. It's very frustrating, especially in these legs of 0-1, where you start falling so far behind that that you really know you're going to need a real big blessing from the other guy before you're going to get a shot.
So Hop does manage a low ton. Started on the triple 20 there to try to leave it out. Doesn't get it. So Kyle coming to the board with a 46.33 average. Will try to finish 84 and 2 darts. Throws a double 17 with the first one and a bullseye with the second one. Job done. Well done, Kyle Lidicky. A 11 dart 5-0-1 game. Certainly quality. So 2-1 victory for Kyle Lidicky over Kevin Hopper. Kyle will now move on to play Steve May for the chance at the triple dip.
2 left.
So we come
You're
into
welcome.
the board
Take a
1B
swig.
match here, the women's purple flight finals. With Liz Tynan won the cork. She will be facing off against #Pluffin' Trisha Pluff. Liz starts with a big 5 mark on the 20. Liz does own the queen seat, so she will need to be triple dipped. Trisha, with 2 losses, won't be able to lose any matches in this match.
Yeah, Trisha fighting all the way back, able to double dip Diana Rutherford in the 3rd place match after beating Dawn Kamal in the 4th place match.
So Liz not letting up, even though Trish threw a 6 mark on her first shot. Follows it with a 5. So both of these ladies averaging a 5.5. However, because Liz got the start and got the 20, she does have an 8-point lead. She's going to increase that, though. Trips to 20 with the first dart. Single 19. Ooh, miss on the 3rd.
Yeah, slides into that 7 on the last. Trisha, again, we saw her on the feed with a perfect 301 game to finish the triple dip of Jennifer Mounts on Sunday evening. She will be hoping to repeat that here tonight against Liz Tynan. Liz really putting good darts on that 20. Ooh, and as I say that, the commentator's curse, she slides way far down into the 5. Here comes Trisha. Ooh, into the 7, into the 3. How about into the middle? Oh, and into the 7 again. Unlucky.
So Liz will come back to the board with a 53-point lead and needing 2 19s.
Liz back at the board. Gets a couple in there. Trisha coming up. Gonna need to pick a new number to pick on.
That's fine.
So there we see Trisha way behind. Does manage 5 15s. So Liz coming to the board with a 41-point lead and 4 numbers. Will just try to close out the 15. Any extra darts going to be thrown at the bullseye.
Absolutely. So Liz here, only a single 15. Oh, but back up in big 20 there. Trisha coming back to the board, really with it all to do. Single 15. Oh, needs another triple 15 to make this an interesting leg. Only finds a single.
Both ladies playing very well. Liz averaging a 4.38. Trish averaging a 3.75. Sure, she's not happy about losing in this game, but with Liz averaging so well going first, not much she can do, really.
No, and Liz, I thought she was going to clean up that 15. But the way she's hitting that 20, I mean, Trisha really going to have to bet it to really be happy.
Ooh, I started to think she might after that first start.
Yeah, it was low enough that there was plenty of room for it. But unfortunately, she does only come away with 4 mark and 60 points. And Liz going to clean up that 15. May take a shot at the game here. A double bowl for the W. And there it is. Closes out this very first leg. Trisha orders her back to the board to start up the next leg.
I actually love that. I would have done the exact same thing.
Yeah, I myself, I always, I have a thing about cleaning the board, even before and after matches.
Well, it honestly, you have to treat it as if it's an honor. You won that game, so you get the privilege of setting up the board for the next one.
Liz, very quick at flipping through those names.
Yeah, so it's not as if she didn't know what she was doing.
No.
Surprised to see her not just set it up.
She just kind of dropped the microphone and tried to walk away.
I do know she plays a lot of events with Mike Maloney, and he told us earlier he's gotten to the point that he just sets it up every time because he'd rather be really quick at it than watch somebody go pretty slow. So maybe Liz, out of habit, just didn't set it up thinking Mike Maloney was going to run up there.
A close and 40 points for Liz to punish that opening 2 mark from Trisha.
So Trish going to try to recover here on the 19. Really needs to because she is down 1 game now.
Yeah, Liz is definitely playing better in this match than Trisha faced the last time she was up against a triple dip. But I feel like Trisha's not playing as well either.
No, not nearly. But Liz averaging a 5.0 is playing very well.
Yes, that's a hefty average. Here we see her go on up to the 18s to try to point there. Does end up finding the triple for a 18-point score. Liz Tynan, though, with a commanding lead of 60 points, the 2 biggest numbers on the board, and she pretty much has her pick. She whacks that 18 just high on the 17. Extends the lead and takes the 18, relegating Trisha down to that 17 to try to make this fight back. Oh, and only a 1 mark. You can see the disappointment on her face. Liz just checking the score, seeing what she has left. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a triple. Oh, it's a 2, but she's definitely going to take it away. And as I say that, she slides into the 3.
So super surprised here that Trisha's only averaging a 2.0 because every time we've seen her on the feed, she's just been balling out. And in this match, Liz giving her everything. Trisha really nothing to do. I mean, a triple there on her last dart does do something, but Liz just completely mopping her.
Yeah, listening to Trish talk yesterday in the interview, you could tell that she's got a lot of fight.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, she was very upset about losing the one time that she lost because she said she got rounded out and didn't realize it. And she did take full responsibility for it, but not happy about a loss at all.
Yeah, so I'm surprised to see it, but at the same time, as we are winding down here on the Tuesday night before the big event, that may have something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the silver linings about this is she won't have to worry about playing many more darts. We'll be able to rest, get rested for tomorrow. The big event, the finale, where she will try to win $10,000. Liz will as well. So there you have it. Liz Tynan does win the Women's Purple Flight Qualifier over Trisha Plouffe with a 2-0 scoreline in the finals. We will go ahead and switch back on over to feed 1A where the men... No? where the men, Steve May and Kyle Liddicky, are battling it out. It looks like they're still in the first game of their match, so we didn't miss much. A heavy scoring battle here. Kyle with 643, Steve with 697. Kyle, however, does have the throw and 2 numbers.
Yeah, Steve May on paper, a 4.18, and Kyle shooting a 4.6 for all intensive purposes. Here we see them both playing out of their shoes. A great standard by these two in this match.
So Kyle, I like the trickiness here. Needed 4 bulls to take the lead. However, hits a single, trips to 16 to close it, goes back and throws a double bull. So really adds a bunch of pressure here on Steve May to hit 3 bullseyes. He's going to miss the first dart, miss the second dart, so Kyle will come back for 1 dart for the win in this leg.
So Kyle going first. We see that advantage as they do have the exact same average until that last dart, which does drop Kyle down a little bit.
Yeah, very solid averages out of both of these guys. A 5.38 plays 5.45. Well, it appears that they are corking, so it must have been one leg all when after that match. So we did miss a leg while we were watching the women play.
Ooh, it looks like Kyle went right alongside that for a tie.
Oh, the second dart there he threw was not good, though.
So you think Steve got the first leg?
Yeah, it should be 1-all.
Oh, and somehow Steve has gotten outside of even Kyle's last dart. You see Kyle look up like, really? Takes
Yeah.
a slug of a little aiming fluid there. And is going to get ready to start the final leg of the first set.
Yeah, big gift from Steve there to Kyle. So Steve needing to be triple dipped. Certainly not doing himself any favors.
No, we keep talking about how important the start is in the final leg.
And this being the last qualifier heading into tomorrow's finale, you really want to do yourself well to try to carry some momentum into the finale.
Absolutely. So these are the 2 players left in the bracket that they played today, and all you can do really is put in the legs, put in the time, and try to get a good finish here going into the big day tomorrow. Steve May following up with a 5 mark. Again, almost a full point above his average. Probably going to see him roll up after this tournament. Oh, Kyle floats that last one into the 5. A frustrating dart from him as he knows he had the start, which is a huge advantage. But here we see Steve come up. Going to take a shot at that 19. Puts in the 4 mark and takes the 20 away. A big 7 mark from Steve here in the early doors of this leg. Kyle averaging half of what Steve is here is going to need to open up a new number. He starts on that 18. Does find the triple. Want to find another one for sure. Ooh, only gets a single. Only reels in 36 of those points. And Steve's going to come back up here. I can only imagine starting on that 19, falls in that triple, hits that triple 19 again. Oh, and sails just into the 1. Great strategy here from Steve to try to keep Kyle at arm's length. Try not to get burned by 3 good darts, and he's doing a fine job so far.
So Kyle really battling here, even though Steve's playing a 6-0. Real quick, Kyle did want us to mention how amazing his wife is for letting him come to the tournament just 5 days after his wife had their new baby.
You have to say that is pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah, not so sure that many females would have done that, or males for that matter. I don't know that very many people would allow their significant other to go off to the dart tournament while they're home dealing with just a days old baby. So, cheers to her, and hopefully everything's going well with the newborn.
Yes, and I think if Kyle ends up translating this little mini vacation into some dough, there may be some pampering going on for the wife. Actually, there's probably some pampering going on for the wife, win or lose here.
Yeah, no matter what, she's gonna get a spa day, something. So Kyle gonna hope to make a good appearance here, make the trip worthwhile. Not looking good in this leg, however, in danger of taking his second loss and being 1 loss away from elimination and losing out to Steve May in the men's Gray Flight qualifier.
Steve frustrated. He was unable to close that number in the first 2 darts. Does catch a triple for 30 extra points here heading into the bullseyes. Or no, I'm sorry. The 16s are still open. So that'll be Kyle Lidicky's next target. Does move all the way to the bullseye. Not a bad move here.
Well, I started to think it wasn't a bad move because he was warming up for the cork that will be the next match. But then he threw the last dart at the 19, so now I'm not so sure. He does bait Steve into throwing the bullseye. However, he throws a hat trick. So really nothing hurt. Oh, Kyle thinks the game's over, so he obviously just completely forgot about the 16.
He forgot about the 16s. That makes me feel a little bit better about thinking that he was going to head over there. Has a little joke, has a smile about it, and we'll step up there and try to load him up.
Not even going to throw at the 16, though. Oh, maybe he will. Yeah, I think he's just ready for this game to be over with. Not so sure he wants to play anymore.
That looks like an Indianapolis Colts punt there.
Line 2 darts up and put all the rest of them against you.
So we see Steve May clean up that first set, giving Kyle his second loss. Because Steve does not have any losses, we'll stick with the all cricket leg set. And it looks like Kyle might be up first here for the cork.
Kyle really needing to get his head in this match. I'm sure he's preoccupied, thinking about other things. As we said, wife home with the newborn. He's probably exhausted, traveled in for today's events to qualify for the finale. So he's going to want to have to get his head right here for the rest of this way if he plans on triple dipping Steve May.
Yeah, the way Steve's playing, it's going to be tough to overtake him. Here we see Steve setting the board up as he does take the cork in this first leg of the second set.
So I got to think Steve going first here. If he does manage to average a 5-0 plus as he did in the last leg, he will take this first game here in the second set. Starts with a 7 mark on the 20, so looking good for that 5-0 in this one.
Kyle does trip that 19, only follows it with a single, however. So a big 7 mark to start by Steve, and really in the driver's seat. Oh, and just misses out on that 15. 2 big triples, another 7 marks for a great average, especially for a 4.1 shooter. Kyle going up to that 18, gonna load it up. Oh, just falls out, follows with a 7 mark of his own. 72 big points, does get the point lead for the first time in this leg so far. But it all to do with Steve really throwing well, putting in those triples.
Steve decides to throw at the 15 because he had a mark on it. A triple would have given him the point lead. So he does find the triple with the second dart. 19-point lead. Kyle coming up, needing 18s for score. Finds a single with the second dart. And does not hit the third. So a very slack turn from Kyle on that one. Trailing by 1. Steve needs 2 triples to really put this game under wraps. Won't get 2. Just needs the last 19. So still control the game by a good mile. But Kyle will try to load up the 16s and put Steve under a little pressure.
See Kyle, he does not forget about the 16s this time. Goes straight at him. Oh, only catches 2 of them. I think we're really seeing Kyle. We're seeing the exhaustion set in on Kyle.
Yeah, he may be over tonight and just wanting to get to tomorrow. I'm sure his bed sounds amazing right now.
Are you projecting right now?
No. Dad, I'm having a blast. I don't know about you.
Anymore? I'm tipping in the red.
You're tipping in the red, huh?
I'm tipping in the red.
All right. Oh, I think we have a pee hole. Don't look now.
I don't think I was looking at a pee hole there.
I think you are mistaken. Your eyes have mistaken you once again. So, Steve needing, there it is. That's exactly what he needed, 3 bullseyes. So he takes the first game. Kyle will get the start in the next. But we shall see what happens.
See Steve setting up the board, which for potentially what could be the very last leg of this match. Kyle gets the start. Here we go. Gonna need a much bigger open on that 20 than I think the last time. Kyle with a little bit of a phantom dart there. Oh, just falling outside of that one. Just above the 20.
Yeah, Kyle, big signs of exhaustion on this here Tuesday night, where Steve, after playing all week, not exhausted at all, just going to rain, 2 mark, to follow Kyle's 2 mark. So neither one really in a good spot. Kyle has the advantage of throwing first, so he will try to load up that 20.
Oh, and we see that dart go just into the 1 and just high. So back-to-back 2 marks. Fortunately, he was going first, and his opponent only followed with 2 as well. See Steve throwing down at that 19, which has been good to him. He does take that 20 away since he was only down 20 points, and that's a pretty big number to leave open. I expect to see Kyle open another number here. Perhaps the 18s. I'm wrong again. He throws at the 19s, trying to close this out. 3 straight darts.
We did mention it while Steve May was back here guest commentating, but he is one of the pre-qualifiers. So in tomorrow's finale, he will have the opportunity to double his money if he is the last pre-qualified player in the event.
Kyle really getting frustrated now. Another 2 mark. Trying to open up that 17. Steve May going to try to chase that chicken scratch from Kyle. Does effectively with a triple. And Kyle now down 2 numbers, 15 points, and he's going to go to the 16, I believe.
He does. Hits the 777 with the first dart. Hits the 16 with the second dart. And single with the last, bringing his average up to a 2.6.
Yeah, just doesn't have the same look in his eye now as he approaches the board. Steve, though, still chucking in those triples here, trying to get this over with. He wants this to be done and dusted.
So Kyle needing a lot of 16s now. Has a single bounce out on the first one. Has a nothing bounce out on the second one. Highly doubt that was an 8. But the last one does hit a triple to bring his average up once again to a 2.83.
Oh, here comes Steve trying to make him pay. ends up getting the point lead, throws one over at that 16, and only comes away with one. I think that one that may have bounced out and counted as an 8 may have broke a tip.
So Steve averaging about a half mark less than his league average with a 3.67, still in command of this leg.
Ooh, just into that 7. Oh, you can see Kyle. If you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. We all know how good Kyle is, and it's just not happening for him right now.
With the way he's played 0-1 today, I got a feeling had this been all 0-1, he would have had a much better shot. However, cricket just not been his game here in this match. Steve has not played a game of 0-1 all day long in this qualifier, so just running stuff in cricket, really. As you see, averaging a mark better per turn. Apparently the crowd finds something very funny. Not sure what it was, but yeah, they all have a laugh, give a high five. Takes a sip of the old blue canned aiming juice. And we'll try to throw at least 4 bullseyes to extend this match a little farther. Nope, not going to do that. He's just going to give up on the leg. That's exactly what's happening. Ready for bed.
Steve May walking up here to put in the 3 bullseyes necessary to put Kyle to bed. Only finds 2. You can hear the little grunt. He really wanted it to go away there.
So I got to assume Kyle's just going to come out and throw it to close, because it doesn't seem like he wants to extend this game as he went for the close in the last turn. But this time he's going to try for the bullseyes. Does hit 3 with the first 2. And another one, so 5 bullseyes for Kyle Leideke. And you see a bit of emotion. Up by 46 now. Steve's going to have to throw a triple with one of his first 2 darts to get a look at the bullseye. Gonna do it with the second dart. Single bull for the win. And he does. The crowd a big round of applause. Good job to these 2 men. Steve May, your men's gray flight qualifier champion over Kyle Leideke.
All right, we join this match between Eric Gregory and Kevin Shoemaker.
Eric Gregory not going to have darts sticking to the bullseye today. Warming up on the 17s and 15s, normally critical numbers in a game of cricket.
It looks like Kevin Shoemaker is back to see Kevin Gregory after defeating or double dipping Eric Blackledge in the loser takes third match.
Yeah, we saw that amazing match out of Blackledge against Eric Gregory, and not for the reason of resting, because still back there cheering on his buddy and friend Eric Gregory in this match. So Kevin will come to the board for the cork. Misses the bullseye entirely by about 2 holes. So Eric Gregory will only need to win 2 out of the first 3 to win this event. Does win the cork, will have the start. That's a pretty good start to his campaign for champion of the men's blue flight qualifier. This will be first to 2 cricket because Eric does not have a single loss.
And we did see Kevin Shoemaker play earlier. Definitely a good player. Ran up against a very hot Eric Blackledge the last time. apparently was able to overcome him again in a best 2 out of 3 and then a final leg of 7-0-1. I'm sure he's happy to be back playing cricket. I don't know that he's that happy to be back playing cricket against this man. Already a $10,000 plus winner this weekend with his partner Sarah in the mixed doubles invitational as he opens with a big 5 mark.
So Kevin now looking to jump on Eric for that not amazing start, but comes up a little short with only 419, so he will be trailing on points. It looks as though Eric's looking to finish this kind of quick, ready to go to bed. It's kind of late here in Kansas City, 10-11. I take that back. He is playing his normal game of pointing. By him switching to the 19s on the first shot, I thought he may just be playing taking his chances, has a couple matches to give, trying to get it done quickly. But he does play smart and goes at the 20 with the last 2 there.
Yeah, Kevin really, keep saying this, wants to put his mark on these legs early to make sure that Eric knows that he's in a match and doesn't get comfortable, because we know, as we've watched Eric play on the feed the rest of the weekend, he can really reel off these triples when he wants to. And as I say that, I've jinxed him into 2 misses, but he does find that 60 with his last start.
Kevin coming up a bit short with just 3 single 18s. So Eric will step to the board with a 4.33 average and a 49-point lead plus the 20s, looking to close out Kevin's 18s.
Kevin Shoemaker from Kell, Illinois, and also a J&J Ventures player.
Wow, lots of J&J players this weekend. So Sam Westgate from J&J has to be very happy with the representation him and his organization has had this weekend.
Yeah, and the level that these guys have played at, because for them to make it to us, they have to be playing on this feed, which means they're probably in the later rounds, and we've had quite a few of J&J's players on here.
Yeah, absolutely. These players definitely not slouches.
Good group of players down there, which will breed more good players. Kevin right now actually out-averaging Eric, but unfortunately he was going second in this leg, so that really doesn't the separation between the two isn't enough going second that he's actually in the lead. He's down 2 numbers and some points as we see him go there at the 16 to try to reel some of those back. Eric's going to step to the board with the point lead. Try to close down that 16 as quickly as possible. He's going to take all 3. He's committed himself. See the pursed lips, the frustration on him there by not finding a triple in the first 2 darts. Needs to throw that last one fat in order to close it.
So down by 12 points, Kevin will come up looking at the 15. Finds 4 with the first 2 and a single on the last to take a 18-point lead. Both players averaging a 4.5, but Eric Gregory going first, so advantage Eric.
Eric starting up at that 20 very intelligently, goes back to that 20 for a big 120 points. Really putting the pressure back on Kevin here. Really needs to bed this 15 in order to get big enough lead to worry Eric. He's not going to do that. He does come away with 75. It's not a bad shot. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't take the lead. And with the 2 numbers that Gregory already has, I think he may just start right at that 15. We see him close that in 2 darts. He's going to go back to that bullseye and just a bit outside. Kevin now needs a pile of those bullseyes in order to make Eric worried. do see him put in the first two. Ooh, and a good last. Does score some points, but again, just below the amount of points required in order to take the lead.
Both these players locked up a 4 or 5 still about 5 rounds later. So Eric, needing 3 bulls, will find 2 with the first 2 and a 3rd with the last one. So a 4.33 does win the leg for Eric Gregory in this first leg of the finals match in the men's blue flight qualifier finale. Kevin Shoemaker will come to the board with the start in game 2, needing to win this to stay alive because he does have 2 losses. If Eric does win this next leg, that will be all she wrote and all we have for tonight, I believe. Maybe not. We are told that there is one more match. 2 more matches.
Kevin Shoemaker here starting up the second leg of this first set and really playing for his tournament life here. As we said, he did come through that elimination bracket, so he already has 2 losses. Does start with a 4 mark, though. Eric Gregory, I can only assume, is going to go down to that 19 and start to put in work.
Yeah, to double dip Eric Blackledge, given the way he was playing against Eric Gregory earlier, we know that Kevin had to play well. That match was not on the feed, but I have no doubt that Kevin Shoemaker played amazing. So I'm not sure if it's maybe the jitters of playing on the feed that is bothering him, or it's just he's not playing as well. But certainly not the standard I expected him to play coming into this match against Eric Gregory.
No, and honestly, if Eric Blackledge is watching and that match probably went as it did, he probably would not like to see the 2.5 next to Kevin Shoemaker's name here. Eric really turning the screws here on this the second leg and potentially the last leg of this match here in the finals of the men's blue flight qualifier on Tuesday night. Kevin, however, not ready to give up just yet. Does put in 2 triples. Able to take that point lead.
Yeah, this is much more the darts I expected out of Kevin coming into this match as he loads up that 16 there. Eric, however, not going to show any signs of weakness. Comes up, trips the 19, trips the 16, and singles the 15. Down by 2 points, but has a 3-number advantage.
Oh, Shoemaker with the bed on the 15, a pile and a half of 15s, puts him in a reasonably good position. Eric probably going to have to spend some darts getting those points back. Ooh, but he finds a last dart triple to tie that up. Interesting choice because it didn't take the point lead. But I think he just felt like he couldn't get another dart inside on that treble 19.
So 3 single 15s for Kevin to close it out. But Eric only down 45 points, needing 2 15s to close, and having 3 numbers to score on, including the 19s, will most likely take the point lead and shut down the 15 on their shot. That's exactly what he does. 12-point advantage plus 3 numbers. This here for the match when he comes back up. If Kevin can throw at least 4 bulls, that'll force him to have to hit a couple of points before he goes back.
So as we said, Eric coming to the board just needing 3 bullseyes to sew this final up on this Tuesday evening. You can get a good night's rest and get ready to play the finale tomorrow, where he's going to have a chance to win $30,000 total, $30,000 plus total for the weekend.
Yeah, he's well over 10,000 as of right now. Probably sitting at about 13 or 14,000, and has a shot at doubling his winnings tomorrow if he is the last finisher among the pre-qualified men. He will get his prize winnings doubled, so a win could potentially earn him $20,000.
I think that perked you up, Dad.
It did. I just thinking about money.
Me too. Got my attention.
Yeah. I mean, 20 G's. I lay it out on the bed and I sleep on it for at least 3 days. Yeah, my big old self does not leave. Yes. I keep my Red Eye Rhino shirt on, all silky smooth. My nipples probably hard. I just lay all over that money and don't move for 3 days.
As we see Eric Gregory finish up that the final leg of this final.
So we will jump back over to board 1A, where there's a match in progress. We'll pick it up in the middle. We see here Jrod Henry coming to the board, facing off against James Henninger. This must be the first game. Henninger with the start and the advantage. James, no stranger to the feed here.
Jrod Henry actually has the king seat in the men's gold Tuesday night bracket. James appears to come from the single loss category. We'll have to confirm whether or not he has 2 losses or not from that bracket. Jrod also not new to our feed, as we did see him play over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he was actually in the doubles finale with his partner Boz against Mike Maloney and Eric Blackledge. Jrod playing very well in that match. However, coming out on the small end of that with Blackledge and Mike Maloney able to triple dip them for the win.
James Henninger lost first round in this event today, and has fought all the way back to the final match.
Not dropping another match as far as we know, unless Randy Talochka could have beaten him in the loser takes third match, which we do not know as of yet. But yes, James, just a man on a mission, wants to end today on a high note, carrying in momentum to tomorrow's finale.
And it is worth mentioning that James overcame a Randy Talochka that also had a great run after losing 2 fairly quickly and having to play 4 single leg 701 matches.
Wow. So yeah, certainly playing well. Not surprising. 2 of the people we've had on our feed more often than not. But James right here opening up with 619s to follow Jared's 520s. So a 17-point advantage for James, but Jrod will have the darts and the 20, which we know that he likes. 5 20s for 100 points to take an 83-point lead.
James steps up here trying to do work on that 19, and that doing work is what he's doing. Oh, he puts in the 1.5, the big 9 mark on that 19 to really flip the script on Jrod. Jrod finds only a single triple.
Yeah, that the flipping of the script seems to have affected Jrod there.
Oh, you see him talk to himself. Falls into that 3, unfortunately. Jrod now with a great opportunity to try to wrestle this leg back away from James.
So James coming to the board with a 5.33 average. Trailing by 52 points. Gonna want a triple 19. Finds it with the first dart. Finds another one with the second dart. Going to move up to that 20 and miss out into the 1. So very close to a 9 mark there. Well, excuse me, an 8 mark because he does have a single on the 20.
Good last from Jrod to take that lead back, sending James down to the 19 again. But honestly, I don't know if I want James shooting at that 19. Well, thankfully he doesn't on the first dart. He chooses to take the 20 away. And for some reason, I felt better about that, or I would feel better about that if I was Jrod, the way that James had been playing on that 19. Jrod going to try to take that next door triple. Ends up just closing the 19. Down a point. James trying to fill up that 17. Does. And closes the 18.
Averaging a whole mark better than Jrod, but only up by 1 point in 2 numbers. So Jrod does have an opportunity here. And not going to take advantage as he leaves the 16 after singling it to trip the 15 for close.
Jrod moving over to that 16. Finds a 5 mark, which does bring him a little bit closer. But again, him having that start, we start to see James move now in that 1 mark per turn better average, which we always have said is what you need to break the opponent. Anything less than that, and you're in some trouble.
Absolutely. So Jrod really in danger of taking his first loss in this match, and to tie it up because both players will have 1 loss. James does have a 3 dart out. He'll throw at the 16. No, he will not. He'll go at points with the first dart, then closes the 16 and goes back at the 17, but just misses that triple to throw a pile of marks on that turn.
So Jrod moving to the bullseyes, trying to help salvage this leg. He does get the close. James steps to the board with a big enough lead to go ahead and take a whack at closing that bullseye out. Pulls the ripcord, throws the 4 17s. I don't disagree with that. I like that. It keeps Jrod at arm's length, and it really, the pressure's on him. Not that it wasn't before, but now it almost seems like he snatched the life out of him.
Yeah, James knows he will now come back to the board needing only 3 bulls for the win in this first set. Gonna get a single with the first dart, just out of the double. A single with the second dart, needs 1 more, and hits it. So James does win the first set 2-0, taking Jrod to the losers bracket with a 1-loss category where the format will now change because both players have 1 loss. It'll be a race to 2 cricket. If a tiebreaker is needed, it will be 5-0-1. So Jrod still yet to play a game of 5-0-1. We'll see if we get to play one or not. So Jrod shows a cork. It is not in the bullseye. In fact, about 3 holes out. So James just a nice smooth bullseye. will take the cork and have the start.
See Jrod grab a drink of aiming fluid there. Have a little downtime as James is setting up this board. And I have to admit, after that first set, I think the triple dip is on.
Yeah, I completely agree. James certainly seems to be the more informed player, especially after coming through the one-loss bracket to never drop another loss. Jrod, however, had not been beaten until that last set, but James won those first two pretty handily. So, advantage James for me right now, especially with the darts.
Absolutely. But Jrod, knowing the work that he's done the rest of the day here to not lose, win that king seat, is definitely not going to give this up that easy.
No, at this point, they're only playing for titles. Not a whole lot of money on the line. It is some, but not record-breaking money. So they will just want to get that title and carry momentum into tomorrow's finale, where they will have a shot at $10,000. $20,000 to be split with their partner. And in fact, James Henninger, one of the pre-qualified players, will have a shot at $20,000 for himself, because if he is the last pre-qualified player, his prize earnings will be doubled.
Absolutely. And I have to take a second here to give a shout out to Sheldon Lionel and his fine other half, Lorraine Simon, who are listening in here to the live feed. Some of our Floridian friends, actually I think Bohemian friends from down south.
Yeah, I believe Sheldon might be from the Bahamas, but I'm not quite sure. But I know he lives in Florida now. James with a big 9 mark here, 2 triple 20s and a triple 19.
That's a big pile and a half.
That's certainly a pile and a half. After only throwing 3 marks with the first 6 darts, he throws triple that with half the darts in one turn.
We see Jrod try to start down on that 17, but then throws up at the 18 to catch it. And James just not in the mood to stop. Catches 2 more triples there.
So James really looking like the more informed player in the final.
Definitely. Playing better than Jrod right now. Jrod's got to do something to snap out of this, something to slow James down, as he seems very, very comfortable in the final. Oh, a little bit of a slack dart there at the end, sliding into the 2, not even closing the 17s. And we always talk about that one shot that might help you turn a leg around, and I think that might have been it for Jrod. As well as James is playing, he left a little bit of the door open, and Jrod just not able to walk through. Again, we see James take that first dart at the number that's not the other guy's close, and playing with a little bit of fire. He obviously didn't learn his lesson from Schallenberger the other night, who made him pay for a shot just like that. No harm, no foul in this leg, though, as we see him put in that final bullseye to take this, the first set, or the first leg of the second set. After tying it up, beating Jrod in the first set, Jrod hasn't won a leg yet.
No, and in fact, we do know who each of these players' partners will be tomorrow in the finale. Jrod actually will be playing with Chad Nixon. Their first match will be against Jim Nolte and his partner. Does not know who his partner will be yet. And James Henninger gets partnered up with a player we've seen quite a bit on the feed so far this weekend. It will actually be Greg Fontaine. So looks to be a very tough team, but they will face a equally as tough team, Kyle Liddicky and Willie Walker.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to be one heck of a first-round match.
So I tell you what, this final tomorrow, you definitely want to tune back in starting at 10 o'clock. The players will get in here around 9 o'clock. After the national anthem there at 10 o'clock, the games will kick off. Definitely not going to want to miss much of the action tomorrow looking at those teams.
Just to update people, the winner of that match will then face off against Joel Chimelek and Mike Brewer.
My goodness.
So there is plenty of loaded teams in tomorrow's finale.
Blood will be on the carpet early tomorrow.
For 10 grand, I'd make somebody bleed.
Here we see Jrod only coming away from the board with 20 points.
Darts can be used as a weapon. So James, down by 1 point, has the 19 to score on. We'll throw 2 singles, then take a look at the 20, but come up short for a 3-single turn.
And I was corrected. Sheldon Lionel is actually from St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Sounds very luxurious. Never been.
I tell you what, with the amount of money that some of these players are earning, that spot could be on the destination.
Yeah,
plans.
I mean, honestly, I said earlier, if I were to win 10 grand in a tournament, I too probably would take a bit of a vacation. And St. Lucia sounds like a very nice spot to do that.
Absolutely. Back to the match here. We got Jrod needing to do some work on either the 17s or the 18s. He's elected to try it on the 17s. Only going to come away from there with a single 17. And I really think that Jrod...
He's about to suffer his second loss here in the second set to take his second loss of the tournament.
Yeah. I don't know how long Jrod's been playing. I don't know if maybe the weight, as he did win the king seat, may be affecting him.
That certainly is the only real spot in the bracket where you could sit around for a bit of time. It usually happens more often than that, but given this format, because they do triple elimination and the format changes with each round, typically players don't sit for very long, except for the person that wins the king seat does usually have about an hour wait. So I can only imagine that Jrod has sat around for a good bit, but player responsibility needs to really come into play and make sure that you are still prepared to play when ready. I think it's more a matter of how well James is playing than it is how poorly Jrod is playing.
Fair enough, because it would take a heck of a standard out of Jrod to combat what James is throwing at him right now.
Yeah, I mean, a 4.6 is certainly no slouch of a game, although that last shot, only a 2 mark, does bring his average all the way down to a 4.17. So we will see what Jrod has in answer for that.
Reeling in 80 points, or compounding 80 points, as it were. James probably going to just take 2 at this 19 and probably close the 16 no matter what. Ooh, that was the plan. However, he did slide into the 8. So again, Jrod going to get an opportunity to try to tee off on this 16. He's going to want to push that cricket 200 limit as close as he could. Unable to do that. I feel like James is probably going to take the same kind of shot. He may even start on the 16s this time. Nope, again, back to that 19. Going to take that
score.
16.
Yeah. Yeah, after he tied up the score, I feel like the 16 was a no-brainer.
Well, and again, even up 3 numbers and seeing the standard that Jrod's playing at this point, definitely got to take that 16 away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Seemed to snap out of it, starting to put in some triples. Even here, James not going to want to let Jrod live for very long. Two 18s, two 19s, probably going to take a shot at the 15, and hits the triple. Look at that. An 8-point lead plus 3 numbers, so Jrod going to need a lot of bullseyes.
And in just 4 legs, if James ends up holding on to this, Jrod will suffer 2 of his 3 possible losses.
Yeah, not a position anyone wants to be in. The triple dip, really devastating for a player.
James going back to that 19, reeling those points back in, putting him back, putting Jrod back under pressure on that bullseye. Finds 2 of them for 50 more points. Only up, though, by 29.
So James will come to the board down about 29 points. Excuse me, exactly 29 points. And we'll put in 108 to take the lead.
Jrod falling out 2 of the 3 darts there. Only finds 1 bullseye. And James now finally gets a clear look at that bullseye. This man's so good, he's missing into the numbers he needs. And he does find that bullseye. Jrod is capable of taking that point lead back after a great first 2 going wide left and wide right.
Doesn't do it, however, so James Henninger will come to the board needing 2 bullseyes. Decides to throw at the 19, even though all he really needs is 1 dart. And will come away with 1 bullseye and a triple 19 for an 80-point lead. Jrod, a little bit of a smile there. I think he's as surprised as we are that James didn't finish him off. So Jrod does take the point lead back.
We get to see the rabbit out of the hat there. James gonna take that point lead for sure. Doesn't want to get hucklebucked here in this leg, and then smacks the bullseye for the win in the second set.
There you go. So James now leads 2 sets to 1 loss to 2 losses. So if James were to win the next set, Jrod would be eliminated and James would be your champion. However, if Jrod wins the next 2 out of 3, they both will have 2 losses and we will play 1 game of 701.
I would just like to go on record as saying that I did not.
We see the guys here flipping for the court. Looks like James called tails and has won. He walks up there.
Clearly an assumption that he called tails because we can't see the quarter from the camera angle.
Puts in the bullseye. Jrod still throwing errant darts.
Yeah, not the quality he probably threw to get to the king seat there. However, he is still alive here, although playing terribly in the finale. So he'll want to snap out of it and quickly, because if he does lose 2 out of 3, he's done. I've got faith that he's going to come back and win this next set, sending us to a very exciting game of 701.
Would you like to put $1 on that, Dad?
I don't know that that's appropriate, but we'll talk about it some more.
How about if it goes to a 3rd leg decider in this set? I'll give you 2-1.
We'll wait and see. I'll give you my opinion then.
All right, here we go. James Henninger versus Jrod Henry. James to start this, the third and possibly final leg. Again, Jrod finally losing his first 2 matches to James here in the final. James already with a loss. His very first match, fights all the way back through to be here in the final match. Jrod staring the triple dip right down the barrel. Puts in 2 marks. James, with his experience and the start, you have to assume that Jrod's going to come back in a pretty big deficit.
Yeah, James showing his class here with a 6.0 after 2 rounds. Jrod way back with just 2 19s on his first turns. Gonna need a big shot on the 18s. Gonna get 5 to put a little bit of a dent in the lead of James. However, probably not enough.
James straight back into the triple. Scoring points like it's his job, which he's playing darts, so it is.
Well, and earning a lot of money at that, because this weekend James has been darn near impossible to beat before the finals. In fact, had his shot at $20,000 in the finals of the Mixed Doubles Invitational, but him and his partner just coming up a little bit short to Eric, Gregory, and Sarah.
Great last there from James to take that 17 away. Got a few more points in there even, and Jrod staring his 5th leg in a row.
So here comes James, up by a good amount, plus 2 numbers. He'll want to close down that 16 or extend his point lead, then go at the 16, and finds the triple with the last dart to really put a stranglehold on this game.
Jrod moves over to that corner, the 15. Ends up reeling back in 15 points. Still down 100, though. I can't imagine James losing from here. He's going to take that 15 out. Nope. There he does. He's going to go back to that bullseye. And I don't mind that shot tonight. But again, I don't think that James sees the difference between this situation and the one that we saw Bill Schallenberger come back on him on. When he pushes ahead, doesn't close out the number that his opponent has to score.
No, James certainly has proven himself to be a very quality player this weekend. And I know that when we interviewed him earlier today, he had talked about the experience gained from this week and about how he's learned so much. One of the things I hope that he's learned at the end of the week is proper cricket strategy, because we've seen a couple of times where just playing a bit chaotic at moments has really cost him in spots. So a bit of a strategy lesson in cricket, and I certainly think James Henninger will be a force to be reckoned with as we see him there go bull to finish the first game. So Jrod really going to need something big here in the next game.
Yeah, this could be 6 straight legs to take Jrod from the king of the hill, all the way to the bottom of the hill.
And really off the hill. I mean, honestly, because James is just piling it on.
But again, it would have taken a lot for Jrod to have battled James the way he's played in this final.
Certainly would have.
But again, all the chips stacked in Jrod's favor as he does get the start in this, what could be the final leg. Just to remind everybody, James does have 1 loss So if Jrod was able to pull this one out, we would play a final leg, but it would be 501. Great last there from James to close and score the 40 points to make Jrod pay for that opening 2 mark. Going straight down to that 19. Oh, ends up closing the 20. I like that shot there.
So James, with the lead in this game, needing to close the 18s, only throws 3 singles. So Jrod, having the 19s to score on, will come back to the board, trying to take the point lead.
Ooh, with a big last there on the 19s for 76 points. James going to come up, having the 18s to play with. He's going to try to put in as many as he can. Finds that down with single points, so he'll stay up there. Oh, and skirts into that one.
Yeah, so here comes Jrod with the lead by 1 point. Gonna throw at the 19s, try to extend that point lead. However, after going single, takes a shot at the 18, but comes up short with only a single. So now a big opportunity for James Henninger to really take control of this match.
Ooh, slides 2 into that 18. Doesn't quite get the point lead back. And Jrod still has the 19 to play. So this is a great opportunity for Jrod. Oh, and he throws it that double. He does stay inside, thankfully. But this is a great leg after 5 big legs from James. This is a great position for Jrod to try to steal this leg. As I say that, he takes the 19 away from him. Jrod now needs a brand new number to play with, and he's not even put in. Oh, but he does take the 18 away. James now has a clean board and the lead, has his pick of whatever triple he wants to throw at. Does find the treble 17 with his last dart. 34 more for James, and Jrod now, after having this leg be pretty close the entire time, really needs a big shot on that 16. Only able to put in 2. So again, James looking for the triple dip in this leg. Up 47 points. Closes the 16. I can only imagine staying on that 17. Comes back. Does get that 17 for 51 more points. So Jrod, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to mount the comeback on the corner on the 15. He does find 2 trebles. Not enough to take the point lead. Down 53. James is going to come back, and I can only assume maybe even sew it up here. Again, pushes ahead, comes back, and does get that 15 and 51 more big ones. Jrod all but done and dusted. A good fallout. Then he finds a bull, and he skirts into that 8. You see James try to collect himself as he knows he's coming in on this finish. 2 bullseyes, 1 more. Oh, and he flies just high. You see the smirk from James. Even Jrod tells him good shot. Oh, falls out on the last one into the 15 after hitting 3 good bullseyes. Too much left to do. James Henninger walks up, ready to win this leg with a single bullseye. And again, the man is so good, he falls into a number that he needs, and he gets the W. Congratulations to James Henninger on the triple dip. Jrod, unlucky. little bit too much of a weight. Again, I think we're dealing with a little bit of exhaustion, as well as he had played the rest of the day. I'm sure that was a disappointment, but he did have a great run today, headed into tomorrow's final event.
It's like they're setting up now.
So after that very impressive win by James.
I gotta start this up.
So after that very impressive win by James Henninger there with the triple dip, we switch over to the women's finals here in the pink flight. We see Tracy Fassick taking on Sherry Main, both of which have been on the feed quite a bit. So we see the women setting it up. It looks as though Tracy will have the start.
So Tracy winning the king seat, or queen seat as it may be in this one. Sherry fighting all the way back through. Do we know if Sherry has one loss or two losses?
I don't believe we do.
We don't know that. So we'll wait to see just what happens in this first set. As we see Tracy throwing much better now. The last time we saw her on the feed, she must be feeling better. Much better darts out of her. Sherry's been on the feed a couple of times. Always pretty consistent darts from Sherry. Tracy gonna go down there and try to take that 19 away. Oh, and unlucky. The commentator's curse. Sherry gonna be able to tee off on that 19 as much as she'd like. Finds the big treble 19. Oh, and falls out into that 3. Tracy closes that 19, so Sherry's going to have to find a new toy.
See what they cook.
Oh, only grabs 2 of them.
So Tracy going to come back to the board with a 47-point lead and the 20s. Trips the 18 with the first dart, singles the 15, and singles the 15 again. So really in control of this game is Tracy Fassick.
Yeah, Sherry Main's going to have to pick another spot to to start trying to mount her comeback. Oh, just outside again. Tracy going to come to the board. I hope she shoots the 15 to try to take that number away with an X. It looks like that is what she's shooting at. She does pull it off with that very last dart. We keep talking about it, but these players do seem like there's a little bit of exhaustion setting in here at the end of the night. They've played all day, most of them in the AM session and the PM session. Tracy trying to take that 17 away. She does with 3 good single darts. She's already got a 47-point lead. 3 numbers. So Sherry relegated to that 16 to try to mount that comeback now. Ooh, she finds 2 big triples, putting her up by a single point. So Tracy going to go back at points to reel those back in first before tripping Sherry's number with that 3rd dart. A great shot from Tracy there.
Yeah, Sherry in a world of hurt in this first leg. Down 39 points and 3 numbers. She's going to need some help. Probably not going to win this one. Just reset and figure out what to do in the next game.
Tracy, a little bit around the board, ends up with a single 20 for score. So Sherry again comes to the board with it all to do on those important bullseyes. Finds the double. Ooh, but it's only counted as a single.
Oh, we're going to have to do a board adjustment. So Sherry will remove the last dart and correct that, as she does.
Pretty impressive. That's the first time we've seen that on the feed so far.
Yeah, these Arachnid G3s have been living up to their reputation as the best board in America.
Tracy on that bullseye as well. Not comfortable enough with her lead, so the last dart up at the 20. A very smart shot from Tracy. Trying to keep Sherry at arm's length, as if she's not already, being down 3 points and some points. 3 numbers and some points.
You'll have to excuse Gordon. It is kind of late here on Tuesday night. We're all ready for tomorrow's finale. So yeah, as we see Tracy finish there with a 3.19 over Sherry Main. Sherry will have the start in game 2. It will still be cricket because, as we said, Tracy has not lost a match yet.
Absolutely awesome standard. It appears as though Sherry probably has one to give, but she will definitely not want to test that. She'll want to go ahead and even up the score here with her starting this leg. You see her frustrated with only finding 3 marks there. Tracy, though, the way she's throwing, she's just going to go straight at that 20, straight back into the 3, straight back into the 5. Unlucky. Right next door on all 3 of those. Sherry, though, this does open her up. She may as well count that she's got a triple in the board already, and she's just going to take the next biggest number with 3 fats.
Yeah, sometimes 3 singles is enough, and this one of those cases. So Tracy going to make sure that Sherry's not able to throw 3 singles and it be good enough on the next turn. Puts in 5 17s for a 34-point lead. If I were Sherry here, it's either the 20s or the 18s. I'm not throwing it the 17, but she's going to choose the 19 because it's the number next door to the 17.
So here we see an Ohio girl use that same strategy that we are finding quite a bit of nuance in.
Yeah, the only real rationale I can find for it is the fact that it's the bottom of the board, and as we mentioned, a lot of players do prefer the bottom of the board. So Sherry still going at the 19, just misses the 17 with her second dart, and then kind of chucks it into the 3 with the last.
Very nonchalant fist bump there as Sherry's very frustrated with her game right now. Tracy, I think missed by 2 is a part of her game there as she throws at the 17 and falls into the triple 19. Sherry going to try to put on some good darts there on the 17, ends up closing those out and finding a 20. Great shot there coming back the other way by Sherry. Nobody in this tournament on the ladies' side likes those 18s as she fills up the 16s with a pile and a half.
Booyah, ladies and gentlemen. Tracy Fassick with a 9 mark on the 16s just when Sherry starts to get comfortable. So she does trip the 20 with the last dart to get back the 11-point lead. However, Tracy coming back on those 16s. Oh, I'm not so sure she should ever leave those 16s with the way she's hitting them at this point. Triple 16, single 20, triple 16. So that's 5 in a row on the triple 16 for Tracy Fassick, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got a fever, and the only antidote is 16s.
I need more 16s.
Tracy here coming up. Undoubtedly gonna hit some 16s. Trying to close that 20. We're getting some shaking heads here in the production room.
Apparently not good at impressions.
No,
is the commentators.
My Christopher Walken appears to be off at 11:07 in Kansas City, Missouri.
I think it would have been bad at high noon in Columbus, Ohio, but yeah, nonetheless, a bad Christopher Walken. So Tracy needing to close the 20 does not do so. Sherry will come back up, hoping to punish. Ooh, a good look at this 16, but only a 2 mark from Sherry. So a big window of opportunity for Tracy here.
Yeah, big rush dart from Sherry on that last one. She just kind of taken a second. And unfortunately for Tracy, those 16s are no longer free. My Christopher Walken apparently has scared her out of there. Sherry does have the biggest number on the board to score on. She's trying to exploit that, but only comes away with 1. Tracy that time does take the point lead and tries to open up on those 18s. Sherry, with a very smart move, takes that mark away from Tracy by closing and scoring some points on that 18 before Tracy's able to. Ooh, and a good close on that 20 as Tracy does have the lead. Knocking Sherry down to that 18.
Sherry will come to the board down by 33 points, but trips the 18 with the first dart, needs 2 16s to close, takes a stab at it, doesn't hit it, goes back at the 18 for a single to take a 39-point lead.
So Tracy now shooting at those 16s. Oh, that were so good to her early. She only comes away with 2. She needed the third one in order to take that point lead. And Sherry really has some options here on what she can do.
Well, she's going to close the 16 for sure, and then trip the 18 on the last dart, and a big come on out of Sherry Maine.
very excited about that shot, and understandably, it was a great shot in that position. Tracy opening up that 15, reels 15 points back, but still trailing by 64.
Somebody wants to stab you in the face with the soldering iron.
Sherry Main all over that 15, ends up only getting 18 points. So again, Tracy going to come to the board, trying to fill up that 15 as much as she can.
Yeah, only comes away with 3 singles. So Sherry, although averaging about 0.3 less than Tracy, that going first really being a big key in this leg, closes the 15 and singles the 18 with the last dart. So a 55-point advantage plus the 18s for Sherry heading into bullseyes.
Yeah, big last start by Sherry, which does move it. I believe Tracy's got a pee hole in there.
Certainly looks that way, Gordon.
Closes the bullseyes.
Oh, Sherry is in fuego now with the trip 18 on the first dart, but cools off a bit on the last 2.
Yeah, I think Sherry just trying to stay focused, just zoom in on that 18 and take it away. We see Tracy getting frustrated with the points that Sherry's scoring on there, tries to take it away and falls a bit short herself.
So Sherry needing 3 bullseyes, gets 2 on the first 2 darts, and just flights out on the third. Unlucky, but will be back to win the game on her next shot. Gonna need 1 bull for Sherry. If she does not hit it, she will be leaving Tracy with a 3 dart out. But no bother, she will hit that with her second dart for a 3-0 average to tie this up at 1-all in the first set.
Sherry practicing her butterfly moves.
Yeah, the old butterfly swim maneuver to stretch out the elbows. I like it. Or excuse me, the shoulders, not the elbows. Misses the cork by 1 hole, and Tracy's in there to win the start in this here third leg, which, because Tracy has not taken a loss, will still be cricket.
The ladies exchange pleasantries. As Tracy does set up this final leg of cricket for the first set.
So Tracy, looking at that 20, finds a triple with her second and third darts to take a big 60-point lead.
Great open by Tracy. Sherry gonna need to put a stamp on this, and she does with a big 7 mark.
Yeah, a really big answer out of Sherry Main there.
Very impressed with Tracy in this match.
Whew.
As the last time we saw her on the feed, I don't feel like we may have seen Tracy at her very best. And
Not
here,
at all.
I think this is turning that around.
Yeah, Tracy, a lot less emotional today for one, and we can see how much better she's playing. She's really down to business. This is the Tracy I like to see.
And
But Sherry not giving up, averaging a 6.5 through 2 rounds.
And these two ladies are definitely banging heads. Before that shot, it was a 5.5 plays a 6.5. With only a 2 mark there out of Tracy, she does fall to a 4.33. But still a great standard in this match so far.
Sherry does come up with a big triple on her last start to take a 44-point lead. So Tracy will have to go back to the 20. Does find the triple with a third.
So Sherry now having the 18s. Going to try to score some points. does take that lead. Ooh, falls all the way to the triple 13, but does find the final single there in the 18 for 36 points. So only puts her up by 20, so a single 20 from Tracy here will tie it. And that is what she's done so far. And she elects to go at that 18 after tying it up. Sherry, knowing that this is a very big shot, does the right thing, tries to take those points, and does a great job with those points, earning 72. Tracy going to need 4 then to take the lead here. And she ends up with 5. So now, with a 32-point deficit, Sherry Main comes to the board. Taking a look at those 18s, 2 singles would have gotten her the point lead, and only comes away with a single 18.
So Tracy now, most likely gonna throw at the 18. Looks like she's going at the 20, however, trying to build that lead. Oh, wow, only 1 mark. So up by 30 points. She'll pass the torch over to Sherry, who, a very awkward high 5 out of the 2. Sherry's going to try to load up that 18. Hits 2 singles. Takes a stab at the 20, but hits a single 1.
Tracy Fasick here with the bigger number, going to try to exploit that advantage. Does find the treble 20 and shoots one over into that 18, just high for a single.
Yeah, Tracy does a good job of exploiting that advantage.
Oh, Sherry comes up with the donut here. Not what the doctor ordered. Tracy, though, only following with a single 20. Sherry gets a reprieve here. Going to be able to shoot that 18. Try to load it up. Again, we see her falling very short.
Oh, wow. So Sherry comes up completely empty on this shot. Down by 74 points. Really a bad shot. And she's going to be kicking herself. Actually slapping herself there in the leg. So yeah, Tracy goes 2 20s to really put a stranglehold on this leg. Sherry has life, though. 10 rounds into this game.
Yeah, Tracy, after just 10 rounds, I think going for the round out. Big treble 18 there from Sherry. Reels back 54 points. Tracy back into that 20. Oh, does take a whack at the 18 just to keep Sherry honest.
So Sherry get no other choice but to go 18. Gonna find the triple in the first dart and the second dart and the third. Oh my gosh. Sherry really ripped off on that third one.
It's so late, we're not even going to ask the production team to see a replay on that one.
No doubt about it. Definitely a triple 18. We don't need a coach's challenge. That was highway robbery.
Tracy waving off that last shot, only coming away with 20.
So down by 52 points. Try to get back in that triple 18. But now I feel like that bounce out really weighing on Sherry because she misses by 2 with 2 of the darts into the triple 13.
In fairness, that was back-to-back legs without missing a triple.
Well, I wouldn't say without missing a triple. However, she did throw 6 triples in that period of time.
Here we see Tracy walk up there, whack the 220s, also close the 18, and we're down to that 17 for Sherry.
So again, the round out in play. This is round 13, moving into round 14. So Tracy up by 75 points, probably going to go at the 20. No, decides the 17. 2 singles and another single to close it out. So a 75-point advantage for Tracy.
Sherry again relegated back to the 16 corner if she wants to mount this comeback with two big triple 16s. And the way Tracy's been playing, I can't imagine her leaving the 20.
Oh, these two ladies really starting to cook with grease now. Tracy into the triple 20 with the first dart.
I don't really know if that's an actual saying. Sherry Main coming up here, take a shot at the 16, and only comes away with two of them. Tracy, of course, looking at that 20. It's been so good to her. And down to that 16. She's doing a great job of keeping Sherry Main at arm's length and throwing well on Sherry's number.
So Tracy will come to the board with a 103-point advantage, needing to close out the 16s, but decides to opt for the triple 20. Finds a single
16 there at the end. Sherry Main, though, still available, still able to throw at that 16 and load it up. Oh, and falls just short into that 7 on the last start for 64 points. Still down 99 as Tracy comes to the board. Definitely going to start on that 20. Back to the 20. Oh, she stays down there for the 16. Had the possibility of closing that with one dart. Just unable to convert.
So now in round 18, Sherry's going to need a lot of 16s to try to keep this game alive. Oh, only 4. So if Tracy can just close that 16 and load up the 20, she will be looking very good in this leg.
I'll be very surprised if Tracy, however, doesn't start on that 20, as she's been playing for that round out since the middle of the game, and she finds that treble 20. Here we are in round 19. Sherry Main straight into that treble 16. Oh, just high. And straight into it again for a big 7 mark. Putting this game very, very close. Just 3 points separate these two girls in round 20. Oh, and Tracy's only able to find one.
So Sherry will come to the board in round 20, down by 63 points. A 4 mark on the 16 will give her the victory. One dart needs a triple. Can she do it? No,
Oh, she
not.
falls just outside.
So Tracy does get the victory here, giving Sherry her second loss in the finals of women's pink flight qualifier.
And Tracy's hunting Sherry down for the fist bump. Getting ready to start the second leg, second set of the final of the women's pink flight on Tuesday evening.
So Sherry will have the start here in the next set. She did win the cork. starts with a single 20, another single 20, and a single 1. So 2 marks for Sherry to start this game.
Tracy really hoping that form on that 20 from the last leg continues. Oh, slides into that one. Great last. Finds that close and the 20 points. Sherry, however, in a much better position. If she can put some fight in and actually take that 20 away with a single. She only closes that 19. So Tracy's going to come back to the board. I can only imagine to start on that 20 and try to wreak havoc again. Again, I'm wrong with the first dart. She goes to the 19, trips that 20, and back to the 19.
So Sherry now with the 19s to score on will come up, trying to fill it up. Will hit a triple with the second dart and decides to stop the bleeding and just go ahead and close that 20 down. She saw what happened in the last leg where Tracy just kept pounding the 20, causing the round out for the victory. So Sherry not going to mess around against that 20 this time. Just goes ahead and takes it down 23 points. And will now have the 19 to score on because Tracy was only able to hit 2 19s, and Sherry going to throw a big 9 mark on the 19s. Look at this.
Great shot there from Sherry Maines. Tracy going to have to pick a new toy here. But so is Sherry. As Tracy takes that 19 away from her, whether on purpose or accident, it's gone.
So Sherry going to follow the mark that Tracy has on the 17s, but only manages 2.
Sherry, a fellow Ohio girl, making good here in this the second leg. First leg of the second set.
So Tracy now relegated to the 16s or the 15s, throws 2 darts at the 16, does not come up with anything, so switches to the 15 for a single. Sherry gives a little clap and a dance back in the background, and will come up throwing at the 16s.
Tracy back to that 15 to try to mount her comeback. Oh, and only can come away from with one. You can see the disappointment on her face. Sherry does have the lead and the start and the mojo in this match. Oh, and a great final bullseye. Tracy all but done and dusted.
Yeah, as the back of Sherry's shirt says, get your gear on, she is certainly getting her game on.
Sherry's going to approach to try to take this leg out very quickly. And it's done. Great shot by Sherry Maines to win the first leg of the second set. Sherry now fighting for a tournament life, as Tracy did best her in the first set, giving her her second loss.
Yes, Tracy's still without a loss in this event. So if Sherry were to come back, she's going to need to win 3 times. But she does win the first game of this set, so she is halfway there to the first loss. Tracy does have the start in this one, though. She's going to throw 2 triples and a single. However, the 2 triples, not cricket numbers. So she'll just get 1 mark. Sherry going to try to follow on those 20s, but better it. And isn't going to hit a single mark. 2 triple ones. Unfortunate for Sherry Maine there.
Yeah, Tracy has exploited those 20s in the past. And I can't imagine she's not going to do it here. Oh, and a big miss there with the last dart. So 3 shots here, 9 darts thrown, 2 marks hit only by Tracy. Sherry's definitely going to want to change that around right here. Ooh, and does find the triple. You see her raise her hands in celebration of that final dart triple. Tracy, though, I can imagine is probably going to take that 20 away.
She's certainly going to try. Does it with the third dart. So Sherry now does have the advantage. Neither player with points. The 20s are gone. Sherry's going to go at the 19, triples the first dart, misses the second dart, and triples the third dart. Look at this, folks. Sherry Main taking control of this game.
Yeah, a great shot from Sherry here to turn that around. Tracy moves over to that 17. Ooh, and finds a big last dart. Game on.
So a 23-point advantage for Sherry Main. She will try to extend that on the 19 with a big triple. Hits a triple 3 with the second one and a triple 3 with the third one. But still, job done. An 80-point advantage now.
Yeah, Tracy really going to have to put in some work here on the 17s. Oh, comes up with 85 points and the lead.
So Sherry down by 5. Finds a triple 19 with the first dart. And a single, with the second dart and a single with the last. So trailing by 81, Tracy will throw at the 17s to get those points back. Finds a triple with the second and a single with the last, still down by 3. Sherry joking in the background there. Will come to the board, throwing a 3.2, going second.
Ooh, and a little indecision there as she hits right in the middle of the triple 3. But ends up finding 76 points at the end of there. And Tracy going to have to load up that 17 again in order to get back in this leg. And that's exactly what she does. She's unable to take the point lead here, but definitely reels back in 68 points. $38 points from Sherry there does extend the lead, and Tracy may be able to wrestle that away. She does find the treble 17. Oh, and stays there for 340 total points, up 36, and we're working in on the middle of this leg as far as rounds are concerned.
Yeah, Sherry not going to play around this time, throwing a lot of 19s, averaging a 3.63, taking advantage of having the bigger number in the 19s. So we'll see what Tracy can do on the 17s. She does float into a double there and follows with 2 singles, so she's only down by 10. If I were Sherry, I would certainly be thinking 19s on my first start with this one. As she does, rightfully so. But that's all she comes away with is 119, so only up 29 points. I got to imagine Tracy's going to come out firing on that 17.
Oh, she does end up taking the point lead here after a slack turn from Sherry. She's going to return to the board, and I think this is where the focus is going to really come in. Here we see it. Oh, again. We see an unfortunate bounce out. I slowly turn to the production team. Nothing on the replay. Doesn't matter anyways. There's now a chair over my head. But Tracy Fassett comes up with a great follow with 85 points and 2 darts. Sherry Main really needs to pile in those 19s again. And leaves herself a single 17 for the close. Power closes it with a double 17.
Very big shot by Sherry there. She does take a 5-point lead and close down the 17s. But Tracy not going to stop. Comes out with a 7 mark on the 16s to take a 59-point lead. So Sherry's going to be back on the 19s with a triple on the first dart, a single on the second dart, and a triple on the third dart. I see your 7, and I'll match your 7.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Not going to finish it.
We are not late enough to break into show tunes just yet. It's only 11:30. Sherry Main coming back to the board with the lead already. Probably going to attempt to try to take that 16. She does with her first dart, pulls the ripcord, and back to the 19s.
So here we are in round 14. Tracy trailing by 118 points, has the 16, but we've already seen one round out. She's probably going to be playing for that again. If I were Sherry, most likely I'm throwing at the 19.
Tracy's very mindful of that, and that showed in that last leg. But but Sherry, right here, big 9 mark out of Sherry as she exploits the fact that Tracy skipped 3 numbers to go to that 16.
Yeah, if Sherry has her way, she's going to leave nothing to question and get this game over outright. So she'll need 3 15s and 3 bullseyes to win this game and the set, giving Tracy her first loss.
Three fats there from Sherry Main. Definitely all she needed in that position. She's now up 3 numbers and 127 points. She's got to be feeling comfortable here to take this leg.
Yeah, at the very least, she's going to come away with 1 or 2 bullseyes on this turn to really set up the next shot if she doesn't just go ahead and finish it. So there you have it, 2 bullseyes. Tracy's going to need 6 to just take the lead by a small amount. Actually, cannot take the lead here. So Sherry will come back needing 1 bullseye for the W in the second set, giving Tracy her first loss of this women's pink flight qualifier finale. Finale.
Here it is. So Sherry Main deals out the first loss for Tracy Fassick, which means we are going to be switching setups. We will now play 1 leg of cricket, 1 leg of 501, and the tiebreaker will be 301.
Yes, now Sherry with 2 losses, Tracy with 1 loss. So Tracy having the least amount of losses, we will play her format, which is the loser side 1 loss. Race to 2, cricket. Race to 2, cricket 501. Tiebreaker will be 301.
So we see Sherry Main win the flip with calling tails. Flies just outside of that, and Tracy definitely gets inside. So she will start the first leg of the 3rd set, cricket.
So Tracy did win the cork there. She will start this game. Of course, going right at the 20, just low on the first dart, just high on the second dart, so a 2 mark for Tracy Fassick. Sherry's going to want to keep her momentum going from the last set. A triple 20 will really do some good here. Gets it with the last dart to take a 20-point advantage and 1 mark on the 20s.
So here we see Tracy come back up, floats into that 19, floats into that double 19. Oh, follows it up with another single. So 19s are now closed with 19 points.
So Sherry only up by 1 point, and Tracy having 2 marks on the 20. Sherry still goes at the A19 and trips it with the first dart. A good close by Sherry there.
Absolutely. Tracy needs to find a new toy, and honestly, I thought we were going to see the Hucklebuck, and she starts off with the easy dart and then follows it up with a poor dart and then slams home that triple 18.
That's half a Hucklebuck if I've seen one, because she took away Sherry's 20 and then closed a number. But Sherry not stopping as she comes away with 6 17s.
Yeah, as much fun as we are having with these matches, these ladies really are picking up the pace and playing well.
Oh, absolutely. As we see, 2 triple 18s with the first 2 in Tracy. So to gain a 56-point lead and a 4.0 average for Tracy, but Sherry averaging 4.33 will throw for the 17s. Oh, only 2 marks with 2 one-hole outs. Unfortunate for Sherry. But Tracy maintains a 22-point lead and the 18s. She's going to extend that. But switches down to the 17 for 2 singles. No close, so Sherry will come back down by 40 points, throwing at the 17.
Here comes Sherry. Pounding on those 17s. Stays there. I like that shot. Great shot by Sherry. Not to be tempted up to throw at that 18. But honestly, with her having 2 marks on her number, that's probably what kept her down there. Little frustration from Tracy, even though this is a great final match between these 2 ladies. Oh, Sherry gonna let her off though.
Wow, let her off, does she? A blank, a 0, a donut, a brick from Sherry.
A window, a zilch. Unfortunate. Oh, and it sails just high.
So Sherry will come back with the lead, however. 9-point advantage, needing the 18s, probably going to go at the 17s first. Trips it with the first one. Goes up to the 18, hits a single, comes back at the 17, but hits a 2. So still a 60-point lead for Sherry as Tracy steps to the board.
Oh, Tracy sails too high and then ends up taking away Sherry's 17s.
Yeah, she decides to stop the bleeding, go ahead and close the 17. Sherry going to move over to the 16, trips it with the first dart, trips the 18 with the next, and back at the 16 for a single on the last.
Big shot by Sherry Main there.
This is getting interesting, folks. Do not leave. Tracy just on the wire there, the 15. 2 singles and a triple 2. Unfortunate for Tracy. Sherry now really wanting to close the 15.
Little indifference there. She does stay there and only pulls away 2. Really leaving Tracy in this match. I think she should have went back for points and really tried to turn the heat up on Tracy. As it works out, it's not going to happen. Tracy does not come away with any triples. The fist bump to start this turn, and Sherry's really going to take this away and then go with that bullseye.
Well, she does take away the 15, but decides for more points on the last dart. Hits a single 16 to extend her lead. So Tracy gonna throw at the bullseye. Hits a single with the first, a single with the second, and just misses outside into the 13 on the third dart. So Sherry, now needing 3 bulls, will come to the board.
This will be a great break of throw for Sherry, even though it won't really count as a break of throw because Tracy will just start the next leg. It's still got to do great things for Sherry's confidence.
Absolutely. So Tracy coming back to the board, trailing by a good bit, throws a double bull on her first dart, a double bull on her second dart, and just misses with the third. Another single bullseye would have given her the point lead. However, now Sherry only needs 1 bullseye to take this leg.
Just outside, just below. We need a field goal. Oh, and she flies left, but does catch that 16, which will definitely come into play.
Yeah, big miss there for Sherry. But Tracy not going to muck around. Double bullseye with the first start. Single 16, single 16 to not take the game.
Almost an all-star finish by Tracy in that game.
So down by 17 points. Tracy's actually going to need 2 16s to take the lead. Does not get it with the first 2 darts. Only a single. So another single with the last to go up by 15. Tracy now needs 1 bullseye and 1 16 to close this game out.
I'm calling it right here. P-hole with the second dart.
Oh,
No, not at all. A single bull on the third, though, to give her a 10-point advantage. Sherry's going to need a 16 and a bullseye to take this game.
Sherry unable to convert, but finds a big treble 16. Oh, and stays out of that bullseye.
Man, that was a good dart. Triple 16 to give herself a 38-point advantage. So now Tracy will need 2 bullseyes and a 16. Does not get one on the first or second dart, but double bulls the third dart for a 12-point advantage. So Sherry once again will step to the board needing 116 and 1 bullseye.
I think we just need a little focus here. I feel like Sherry's trying to run up behind her. Here it comes. Oh, and she falls short again.
Again, throws a big triple 16, but cannot convert on the bullseye. So Tracy now down 36 points, still needs 2 bullseyes to take the lead, and a single 16 for the game. Hits a single bull and misses into the 16. So now Sherry has no option but to hit a single bullseye for this game.
Again, we see the hand slap a little bit slower to the board. I like this from Sherry. I think this means she's going to be focused.
There it is. Yeah, you see her throw her hands up in excitement. She steals that leg away against the darts.
Again, it doesn't mean what a normal break of throw does in an alternating start situation, but that's got to give Sherry some confidence going into this next leg.
We over the top? So the third game is 501. Being that both players do have at least one loss, Tracy did win the cork. She starts with a solid 80 points. Sherry now going to follow. First dart a bullseye, second dart a bullseye. Third dart a bullseye, hat trick Sherry Main to take a 70-point advantage in the game 3. Or excuse me, game 2. The format is Cricket 501-301. This is game 2. Sherry does lead 1-0.
My goodness. It does look like Sherry has broken Tracy, as she did come away with no bulls in that last turn. She's really going to have to stamp her approval on this leg. Oh, and only finds 1 bullseye.
So Sherry stepping the board at 275 with a 44-point advantage, trying to extend that, averaging 37.67. But only comes away with 16 points. A very slack turn for Sherry Main there. Tracy trying to punish. She's going to hit a bullseye with the second dart. And, ooh, not sure that's a 1. Wow, our angle very bad for that shot. But 62 points, or excuse me, 61 points it is. So Sherry now coming back to the board. Does not hit a bullseye for the second turn in a row after starting with a hat trick in this game, only leading by 27. Tracy with the darts, however.
Sherry, I think, getting caught up in this moment. She knows she's got Tracy on the ropes, and just wants to put her out, and that by itself is making Sherry miss.
Absolutely. Sherry not giving anything away, though. Does find a bullseye with the first dart, so she will have first shot at the out, but Tracy most likely going to leave herself a better look. Oh, and a better look she will have. 2 double bullseyes and a single 10 to leave 83. So Sherry now will need 2 bullseyes and a triple 17 to take this leg against the darts. Oh, wow, and she started to give herself a shot, but leaves 69 after 3. So Tracy coming up needing 83, My money's on a bullseye triple 11. Not the case. She goes single 14, single 19. Oh, and just misses the bullseye into the 2 to leave 48. So Sherry now needing 69. Probably will go 19 first. We will see.
There's the 19. Bullseye coming in. Oh, and a good fallout. Look at the reaction from Tracy. Throws her hands up as Sherry Main falls into that 7 to leave 41. Tracy, though, been hitting that 16 well all day long. 2 darts, takes out the 48, and we're going to 3.
Yeah, nothing changed there. Tracy big on her outshots. 2 darts, 48. So Sherry will show the cork. Single bullseye. Not any better than just a single. It is the outer ring, but good enough as Tracy misses the bull entirely. So Sherry will have the start in this game, 3-0-1.
And again, the short format, having the start is going to be huge. Now, Sherry unfortunately didn't end that last leg very strong on that bullseye, with it already being a 5-0-1 leg. I think she's going to be looking to put it right there.
Yeah, but Sherry did start that last game with a hat trick. If she can do that again, going first, I have no doubt that she will win this game. We shall see.
And it's very nice. We still got people in the hall sitting around watching these ladies battle this last leg out.
Yeah, we've talked about it all day. The women have been very supportive of their fellow competitors. However, there's a lot of men watching this match as well. These ladies certainly putting on a show. Oh, and here comes Sherry. She started the last game with a hat trick. She starts this game with a hat trick.
The difference being she is now at an out.
Yes, Sherry Main on fire at the beginning of these 0-1 games.
Cooking with grease.
Yes, she is cooking with oil now.
So Sherry will come up needing 151.
You may need to re-tag this. Oh, but she falls just a bit short. She'll definitely look to set this up. Finds the bull on the last dart for 80 to do when she returns. She will return as Tracy has not left an out. Just high again. And a bull leaves her a 129.
That was a big last by Tracy. Without that dart, she probably does not have an out, and Sherry would have 6 darts from 80, but may only need 3 as she bullseyes the first dart and finds the double with the third. Gives the big old
She
chainsaw.
rips the sheet.
Yeah, big old chainsaw pull. What a shot by Sherry to give Tracy her second loss. So we are knotted up at 2 losses each. And we will play 1 game of 7-0-1 for the whole shebang. Bang, bang.
You know what? I think I'm going to take off the scoreboard.
Okay.
We've taken the scoreboard out of the way here, as we know that these ladies are going to cork up for one final leg of 7-0-1.
So Sherry does not throw a good cork. Tracy does as she hits a bullseye. So Tracy will have the start in this game of 7-0-1. We've seen back-to-back 0-1 games where Sherry started with a 150, the first of which she was against the darts. The next she did have the darts. We'll see if either of these players can start with a 150 in this one, because my guess if either one does, they will have the advantage.
Absolutely.
So Tracy scores 79 points after a bull with the first dart, so missing the last two, really unfortunate. But Sherry, we'll see if she can continue her streak of big starts. Does not get a bullseye with the first two, but finds one with the third. A solid 87 start with two really good misses on the bullseye.
Tracy really looking to try to put the screws here on this match, and just does find a bullseye in the very last dart.
This really is a game for all of the marbles. Sherry down by 61 points, gonna need a big shot. Finds the bullseye with the second dart. Oh, and gets robbed on the third dart with a 10, but still an 80 scored. Again, good misses out of Sherry.
Absolutely. Tracy here is going to walk up knowing that she's under the gun and needing to put some darts in that bullseye.
Oh, and a low ton from Tracy will take the advantage. So Sherry's going to need to respond with two bulls. She's matched Tracy every turn, bull for bull, and had better fallouts. So we'll see if she can continue that here. She is going to two bulls to start and a 10 for the last dart. So Sherry does maintain a 14-point advantage, but Tracy gets to go first due to that excellent cork.
Tracy again finding that bullseye with the final two darts, which is huge. Another 110 following Sherry Main's 110. These ladies are hitting that bullseye and they're falling out well.
Yeah, both ladies averaging above 30 points per dart. In fact, Sherry bringing hers up to 32.33 against Tracy's 31.08. Both players down around almost 300 after just 12 darts. This is incredible.
Oh, unfortunately, Tracy's going to walk away from the board with a 26.
Yeah, the first real slack shot we've seen from either player. But Sherry not going to give in. Oh, no room for anything there out of Sherry. A 102. Gonna punish Tracy.
And we see Sherry tense up all of her muscles. I want to see her relaxed, but I think she's so geeked up right now that that would be almost impossible to do.
Yeah, you see what this means. She will have a 31-point advantage, throwing first now, even though she is against the darts. Not going to hit a bullseye with the first two or the third. Wow, only 29 points. Doesn't even leave an out for Sherry Main. So Tracy, a big opportunity, only trailing 60 points.
Yeah, a low ton here would be absolutely incredible.
Oh, she's
and that's
going to get it.
all she's going to get.
Oh, and
Plus
more. Hat trick for Tracy Fasick, ladies and gentlemen, to leave 92.
Absolutely brutal shot there. And now we see the face on Sherry Main to refocus and puts in a big shot of her own on the low ton. 102 leaves her 80. Tracy here does have a great out if she hits the bullseye. She shoots the 42 first.
Wow, and Tracy not going to take this out, but does set it up nicely to leave 24. Sherry Main coming to the board, needing 80 for the W.
What do you think? Do you shoot the 20s here? Do you shoot
No,
420s?
bullseye, 215s. Now I go to the triple 20. She goes for the triple 17, hits the 2 to leave 75. And then a 2 again to leave 73. So Tracy is going to get a wide open look at 24 for the victory.
Do not take your eyes off that screen. This is going to be close. Tracy's walking up here with...
Oh, and she triple eights!
Triple eight for the W!
Not only does she get
incredible.
it, wow. So Tracy Fasick, ladies and gentlemen, with style, takes out the women's, I believe, pink bracket qualifier over Sherry Main in a last leg decider.
Absolutely incredible. It was a pleasure to commentate on that match. Back and forth, back and forth. We finished with a triple finish with 24 from Tracy Fasick. Sherry Main, commiserations, but a well-fought match.
Yeah, certainly one of the better ones we've seen today. We will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning for the finale, where 2 men and 2 women will be taking home $10,000 each.
And remember, if those guys are qualifiers, that money will be doubled.